for the first time I can tell you, I killed a man. I don't feel good about it, but, that's war.
How many enemy combatants do you guys think you killed that day?
They started stacking up the dead bodies so they could climb up on the bodies so they could shoot down at us.
So they were using the bodies as a barricade?
Yeah. Men who had been wounded, they would disembowel them, their head off, and stick their head in the cavity where the bowels were.
Jeez. John Stryker Meyer, welcome to the show.
Honored to be here. Honored to be in the seat where legend, Sarah, Superbad have sat previous before me arriving. I'm honored to be here, sir.
Well, I'm honored to have you.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming. We've known each other for what?
Almost 5 years now.
5 years? Has it been that long?
Yes, sir, because I saw your podcast, first one, your Shawn Ryan's show, Numero 001, with you and Mike Glover. I saw that, and I couldn't believe it, because I knew Mike, because he's Special Forces, and we had heard about some of the other Navy SEAL podcasters that were popping up. And at that point, 5 years ago, is when I met Jocko Willink, and I said, who's this Shawn Ryan guy? I listened to that show. I was like, oh my God. I listened to it twice. That was such a gripping, like a different feel to it, particularly when you and Mike were sitting there talking about how during your mass depressive times, it's like, oh my God. Yeah. But it's really well done.
Thank you.
And I've been a fan ever since. And then I said, when we moved to Franklin, we were renting in Franklin for a couple of months before we bought our house. And I reached out and you said, yeah, let's get together for breakfast.
Hell yeah, man. I'm glad we did.
Me too.
Glad
Absolutely.
we did. But yeah, it's an honor to have you here, John. It really is.
Oh, well,
I've been saving this. I've been saving this opportunity. And so I've really been looking forward to it, and it's going to be a long day. Hope you're ready.
I'm up for it. Absolutely. You kidding? Because there's other podcasts, but yours is different. And it's the details. And even like you and I were talking before here about Tyler, and what a great interview. And those kind of interviews, that's what's making the new media today in America.
Yeah.
People are turning to that for the truth. And then just your interview with Brett. I mean, I just turned it on for a minute and go, oh, this girl, nice young girl. Look at Ryan. He's done this great show here.
Brett Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I know, right?
I kept listening to it. Anna's listened to it.
23 years old. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and she graduated from high school when she's 15. I barely got out of high school when I was 18.
I know, me too.
It's kind of like, this young lady is amazing. So you kept listening to the story and then what she's been through. And then when she lands at the Daily Wire and hits the ground running, it's like, but that's the new media.
Yeah.
Because the old regular media, it's just the majority of them, sad to say, they don't report the facts. Yeah.
But, well, John, I'm excited, man. I've been, like I said, I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and I just...
We've been busy.
Yeah, we've been busy.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to make sure we developed a friendship before we got you in here, and we definitely did that.
We absolutely did, sir.
But, so this interview is going to be, it's going to be your life story and all about, growing up, Vietnam, post-service, journalism. We're going to hit all of it. But also in this interview, I'd like to get a couple of history lessons.
Sure.
So I'd like to get, some history about Vietnam and some history about MACV-SOG. And because a lot of people listening, including myself, we don't know a lot about that war, what it was about. And there aren't a hell of a lot of people to know about MACV-SOG. So,
well, yeah, I mean, you look at today, they do these on-the-street interviews. Mm-hmm. When they interview the young Americans, majority of them don't know who was in the North and the South in our American Civil War. They don't even know that, let alone North Vietnam and South Vietnam, what the difference was or what side we were on. And nobody gets the truth about the harsh realities of communism and anybody that linked themselves to communism that you've seen today with Sarah and her people. There are different brands, different names of repression and taking away people's rights but they're all the same. And thankfully, you got people out here talking about those things. That's why I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Well, everybody starts off with an introduction. So, John Stryker Meyer, you are a U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret veteran who served in Covert Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. Studies in Observation Group MACV-SOG, or simply SOG, during the Vietnam War, running dangerous top-secret missions in North Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Missions that you were unable to talk about for 20 years. You're the recipient of 2 Bronze Stars with V devices, a Purple Heart, an Air Medal, the Combat Infantry Badge, U.S. and Vietnamese Parachutist Badge, Vietnamese Gallantry Cross with Palm, among others. You completed your college education at Trenton State College after returning from Vietnam and worked as a journalist until 2008. You're the author of Across the Fence, The Secret War in Vietnam, and co-author of On the Ground, The Secret War in Vietnam, and SOG Chronicles, sharing your firsthand experiences and those of your fellow Green Berets. You are a host of the podcast SOG Cast, where you delve into untold stories of SOG combat veterans as well as some of the heroic aviators who supported Green Beret teams on the ground across the fence behind enemy lines. And more important than all of that, you're a husband to Anna of over 30 years, whom you have had 5 children, and most importantly, you're a Christian.
Amen.
Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. Again, it's an honor to be here, sir.
But, everybody starts off with a gift, John.
Oh, indeed. Let me guess.
Even you.
I hope it's legal in 50 states.
Even you.
Is it legal in all 50 states?
I don't know. I don't know. I think so, but with RFK in the house, then
indeed.
They're probably going to be illegal here any day. But Vigilance League gummy bears, I do believe they are still legal in all 50 states.
Very good. If they are, I could take it.
Made here in the U.S.
But sir, because we're
good.
here in a gift exchange mode, I have for you a special gift that I brought today. I'm a member of the Special Operations Association, and last year we had our 48th reunion where we celebrated the 60th year since the Secret War was founded. MACV-SOG, the Military Assistance Command, Studies and Observations Group, was founded and started in 1964. Last year was the 60th anniversary. And on that coin, there is that picture on the back of a helicopter, which is from my personal time, which was Echo 4. We had a target. We had been in contact for 4 hours. The South Vietnamese helicopter pilot, Captain Tin, flew in, hovered for 10 minutes while we struggled through elephant grass to get to the helicopter. He pulled us out, and that helicopter had 48 bullet holes in it.
Wow.
And he got us back. We get back to our base at FOB-1 in Phu-Bai. I go up, climb up, say, "You saved our ass. Thank you. Come on into the club. I want to buy you a drink." He goes, "I'm sorry, I'm flying home. My wife is holding dinner for me." Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
Man, this has my favorite saying of all time on here. You have never lived until you've almost died. For those who fought for it, life has a special flavor that the protected will never know.
Amen.
That quote was written on the wall when I got to Afghanistan.
Really?
For the first time in the hooch that we were staying at. And I took a picture of it, and still to this day, it's my favorite quote.
When I first got to Phu-Bai in 1968, if you're really a cool Green Beret, you got a Zippo cigarette lighter. And I have that on my official FOB-1 cigarette lighter. That saying is on it.
Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Very
That's part of our SOG history.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I got one other thing for you.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So,
I'm happy with the...
being a Christian. 444. You know what that means?
No.
444. This is a number that appeared to me several times right after I found God.
Yeah.
And it just kept appearing. And super long story short, I was driving right after I found God. I had these 3 appearances like right in a row that just slapped me in the face. And I was driving back to work, and I had 4:44 on my clock.
That's
4:44 gas left to empty. And it was 4 hours and 44 minutes after I'd had this conversation with my IT guy, Adam, about guardian angels. He wanted me to know that I had guardian angels watching over me. And so I called Kimball, who runs all the social media here.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Google what 444 means. I want to talk about this when I get back. There's obviously something.
Yeah, yeah.
And he looked it up. I got in here, and it means your guardian angels want you to know they're watching over you.
Whoa.
How
No
crazy
kidding.
is that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no doubt in my mind that the only way I survived the secret war was through the grace of the Lord. There were times when I should have been dead so many times. And there had to be divine intervention. I'm just a dumbass city slicker out there trying to do the right thing by God and country, you know. But thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're
Absolutely.
welcome. But, all right, John, you ready to get into it?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Where'd you grow up?
Trenton, New Jersey. Yeah, the capital of New Jersey. We were there. Dad was a milkman, and I grew up on the milk truck with Dad. Devout Christian, and Mom was a church organist, and a choir director, and a piano teacher. And so they met at a church in Trenton, because Mom drove down from Belmead, which is about 20 miles away, to play organ and tend to the choir. Well, Dad, he was a good musician, but he couldn't sing he was a horrible voice, and he was young. But he joined the choir.
He joined the choir.
He did. He met Dorothy Grace Stryker, and in January 1943, they were married up in Harlingen, New Jersey, the Dutch Reformed Church, and they lived happily ever after. And so 3 years later, I was born, 1946.
1946.
And that's
79 years old.
Yes, sir. And grew up on a milk truck with Dad, watched him, and we had common interest in baseball, because that was the sport then, and we'd have our catches, and worked a lot at church. We had a church community there, and just grew up there, every Sunday. In the early days, Dad delivered milk 7 days a week, so on Sundays, we'd get up, do the milk route, change, get to church on time.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Any brothers and sisters?
Yeah, we have. I got a younger sister, Linda. She's up there in Lakewood, Colorado, and a little brother, Dave, and he's in Aurora, Colorado. They both went west from Trenton many years ago, but they love it out there. And then we lost a little brother. We lost him at 5 months back in 1951. He had heart congestion of some sort. That if it happened today, they probably could have saved him. But in 1951, they couldn't. They didn't have the medical procedures in place.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of stuff were you into as a kid?
Yeah, I was just a goofy kid. Loved baseball. Started out as a cowboy. My granddad Meyer bought me a cap pistol. Now, we had no alcohol and no guns in the house. And when Granddad Meyer bought me a cap pistol, there were some issues. But Granddad pulled rank on Mom for the one time that I ever saw him do it. And she let me bring the cap pistol in the house. So we played Cowboys and Indians, went to play Little League ball. I was never the brightest student in school, but usually could get it done well enough to get through the grade, get promoted to the next grade. Played piano. We had a...
You play piano?
Yeah, I could read music before I could read words. Because you think about it, with music, you only have 8 letters, A through G. The damn alphabet's got 26 letters, man. In kindergarten, that gets really rough. So I could read music before I read words.
Do you still play?
I'm rusty, but yes, my mom gave me her Steinway, so I go up there and tickle the ivories once in a while.
I'll bet Anna loves that.
Oh, she does, absolutely, yes. She's my biggest fan. And we have stories about that. Like the first serious date we had, I took her back to my house and cooked dinner and stuff. I took her into the living room and I turned the light out. She's like, oh my God, what's going to happen? I'm here with this Green Beret. She's apprehensive, but I played Chopin for her.
Wow.
And I figured this woman is such a classic. If there's any way, if she likes classic music, I can use this to try to gain her hand in marriage someday. And the rest is history, brother.
It worked.
It did.
It worked.
Thank God she likes Chopin.
My partner, the award-winning precious metals company Goldco, has a special offer for you. Right now, you can get a free gold and silver kit. You'll learn about how gold and silver can help you protect your retirement savings. On top of that, you could get unlimited free bonus silver if you qualify. That's right, as a special offer for being a supporter of my show, you could get unlimited free silver when you open a qualified account. So don't wait, the sky is the limit. With everything happening in the world today, it's time to learn about gold and silver. Get your free gold and silver kit from my partners at Goldco today. Are your savings protected? Do you have a hedge against market risk and uncertainty? Learn why gold has been breaking record after record. I believe there's no better time to get your free gold and silver kit. Go to ShawnLikesGold.com. That's ShawnLikesGold.com. What else were you into? Were you a troublemaker?
A little bit.
Yeah?
No, but again, growing up in the church like that, and mom and dad were pretty close reins on us. And if we stepped out of line, and even then, neighborhoods, if Mrs. Zabrowski saw me doing something, like, Johnny, you shouldn't be doing that, she would kick my ass, and then she'd tell Mom. And Mama Meyer, when she's not happy, baby. So that, between that and the church, you always had influences keeping you on the track. And by the time we got to high school, I was in the marching band for a year. We had vocal groups. I was involved with that. Played JV soccer. And Dad didn't want me to play football. He's worried about my knees. And because I'd hurt my knee playing soccer in 8th grade. But I finally played football my senior year with Elvin Bethea and a couple other people. And my high school quarterback, as it turns out, Hal Krosky, was, he went MIA on a mission in Cambodia in February of 1969.
Wow.
So every February comes around, I think of my quarterback. But because I had missed the first 2 years, I was on the team. Did all the practices, went to all the games, geared up, but never crossed the line. But I loved it. I loved every second of it.
So you wouldn't consider yourself to be an athlete?
Yeah, not a very good one. You know, I love baseball. It's such a head game. And I have a dominant eye. And when I grew up, you know, I wanted to be an Air Force pilot. Had model planes and build them. And I had a lot of earaches. So Mom would always get me a little plane to make, or Lincoln Logs or something like that. But deep down inside, I wanted to fly a jet. Well, at some point, I remember talking to one of the eye doctors saying, someday I want to be a jet pilot. He says, nah, with your vision, it's not going to work. So I settled for the next best thing, jumping out of airplanes.
Really?
Yeah, of course. Plus, when I went through jump school, I had a 102% pay raise, because in the May of '67, when I go through jump school, a private, I think I was still a private E1. The pay was $50 a month.
Damn.
Now, jump pay for an enlisted scumbag, you know, was not officer's pay, but enlisted was $55 a month. So the first paycheck, I bought my Cochran jump boots, and the rest is history, man.
Nice.
Yes, sir. I had 16 jumps overall.
So how do you just go from, I mean, was it immediate? You were just like, all right, can't be a pilot, I guess I'll jump out of planes?
No, it was much longer progression than that. It took me 2 years to flunk out of college. So I was there just doing the wrong thing. I went in as a music major, transferred to be a phys ed major, because the music department chairman learned that I was playing soccer. He says, you either got to be a music major or a jock. Well, I don't like being talked to like that. So I went to the phys ed department, and I knew the soccer coach because I went out for JV soccer. and I knew the baseball coach, a great guy. And so they signed me up, transferred to phys ed, still flunked out. Took me 2 years, flunked out. And that summer I worked at Yosemite National Park. And when I was up there, I got a letter from Dad, hey, you flunked out, be advised the draft board's coming for you. And I swear, again, like this divine intervention stuff, within a few days, one of my jobs was to pick up trash in the southern part of Yosemite. And it's in the Wawona, which is down by the southern gate, down by the big trees. So I used to go out and walk maybe anywhere from 5 to 10 miles, pick up the trash. And I got to the point where I had it really clean. So I would jog, pick up the trash, and I would go to a bookstore and get a book. Well, one day I'd go into the bookstore and there's a book, The Green Berets. Now, this is 1966, the summer of. In 1964, a Green Beret received the first Medal of Honor for combat in South Vietnam. And through high school, we read that in the history class, it was mandatory reading of the New York Times back when it was a real newspaper. And they talked about Southeast Asia, Kennedy, assassination of DM, all that. And so we knew about it, but it was still far away. And if you gave me a map, I wouldn't have been able to find Indochina. But I read that book. I said, son of a bitch. If I can make it with these guys, I want to go with them. Because I knew at that time, in 1966, people were getting drafted. The draft was on. And you got drafted, you would have 8 weeks of basic training, 8 weeks of advanced training, 1 month leave, and you're going to Vietnam. Well, like I said, I'm a city slicker. And I didn't have much experience with weapons. My cousins and I would go out and shoot when I would go up to my cousin's farm, shoot the shotguns and 22s, things like that, but not real training. So I figured, with these guys, I'll get more training. I need that. So if I can do it, so enlisted, airborne unassigned. I went through basic training at Fort Dix, New Jersey. And one of my medals that I'm really proud of is the expert badge for shooting. We qualified in the M14. It was, when we went to the range, it was 2 degrees below zero. And
2 degrees below zero and you're
qualifying.
Damn.
And my last shot, I got 60, which you needed to be an expert. I polished that medal up and wore it proudly for my entire time in the military. After that, we had advanced infantry training. And then during advanced infantry training, they had the, whenever it was a rainy day, they would take us to a big auditorium. Everybody was sitting on the floor. It would be career day. You learn about different MOSs. So we're sitting on the floor, and they had a stage up front with steps on each side. And you had these cooks that would come up, the military police would come up, and the cooks are like, hey, man, come with us, you'll never be hungry. Okay, but none of those guys were in shape. And other people, Signal Corps came in, crypto people came in. The very last guy was a Green Beret, a little tough guy. And it was raining. That's why we're inside. We're all sitting on the floor. He comes up, walks through us, did a vertical jump on the stage, turned around and goes, I'm here for Special Forces. I'm a recruiter. Anybody interested, see me. Anybody here interested? Well, I jumped off the floor. I read the book. Me and about 4 or 5 other guys. I'm looking around like hundreds of people are sitting on their ass. Said, you guys are going to go to Vietnam in a couple of months. Oh, if I can get in with these guys, I want to get some more training. So yeah, that was it. Went down, did the psychological tests, and passed all the tests, the physical stuff. And
how tough was it? How tough was the physical test?
For me, not tough, but I was in good shape for running, swimming. I could swim enough to survive. Not like SEAL swimming, but just enough to get that old side. If worst comes to worst, hit the side stroke and just go till the cows come home,
What was the psychological test like back then?
I don't know. It wasn't too bad. You kind of figure there's a couple that are trying to lead you a certain way. So you want to answer it. Just make sure you're right. Well, anyway, whatever it was.
Fuzzy bunnies. That's what I tell everybody when they're getting ready to take the psych test. Just think fuzzy bunnies.
Yeah. For sure. So the final day comes, and all the people that had signed up were there. And so he dismissed the people that didn't make it. and there was a bunch of us. He brought each one in one at a time. I'm the last one. He brought me in and made me stand there for it felt like an eternity. And so he goes, okay, Meyer. He said, you're lucky. They lowered the standards. So he either busted my chops or they lowered the standards. Either way, I said, am I in or not? He goes, yeah, you're in. So we went from there, had jump school at Fort Benning, had a 0 week there, and bought my first pair of jump boots, began to polish them up. 3 weeks, and through all that time, it's like that harassment thing, just like in the movies. Mm-hmm. It's the same. And at jump school, it's a little different. They literally throw you out of your bunk at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's kind of like, okay, I've seen the movies. I know how this plays out. So we went through it all. And then we had 5 jumps to qualify and went through that pretty much without any major injuries or anything. And then we went to Fort Bragg, and we left on a Friday night. Packed us up on a bus, drove from Columbus, Georgia, up to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. We don't get there till 11, 12 o'clock at night. So the bus comes out, everybody gets out. We're just waiting to get screwed with, Have people come out and harass and harangue and stuff. And we're all standing around. Some guy comes out with flip-flops and shorts and a shirt with a clipboard. Welcome to Special Forces Training Group. It's Friday night. Here's the barracks for a temporary barracks. You all go find a bunk now. All right, is anybody here hungry? We got the mess hall over here. The cook is there making some sandwiches if you want. Go, what? The cook's going to make sandwiches for me? A private first class? You kept waiting for him to screw with you, And they didn't. So we were there for the whole weekend. He says, Monday morning there'll be a formation. Be there. And that was it. So we went to all the meals. We knew the mess hall was. Did a little PT just to stay in shape. And began training. So that was May of 67.
When did the Vietnam War start?
Well, unofficially, it was in the early 70s, like 56, 57. We had Green Beret teams that went over, and the CIA was working with their programs there. And after Kennedy became really unhappy with the CIA after the Bay of Pigs and a couple other incidents, they put
what was the Bay of Pigs?
Was the invasion of the CIA was working to take Cuba back from Fidel Castro, and it was a completely botched mission. They had planned to attack, go in, and then win over the hearts and minds of the Cubans. And the people that worked in the operations side of the CIA had a different location planned, and a key part was going to be air support with A-1 Sky Raiders and anything else. But somebody changed the plan, and they put it in the Bay of Pigs, which was not as well of an area. The other area had train lines, highways, mountains where people could go hide in the mountains from any communists that would come hunting for them. But this area, the Bay of Pigs, was also where Fidel Castro took vacations. So he and his people knew it. Anyways, that invasion attempt was failed, and Kennedy refused to give them air support. And that was a big incident that blew up nationally, internationally embarrassing to the United States and to Kennedy. And at the end of 63, they took away the covert side of the CIA in Vietnam. And they formed MACV-SOG in, I think it was January 1964, was officially announced. So the Military Assistance Command, Vietnam Studies and Observations Group was formed up. It took a while to get things in place, like any military operation. But by 65, we had people who were beginning to form. They had a base up at Cam Duck where they were doing training. And they began running missions across the fence. And some of them would be, just in those days, the NVA didn't have their act together in Laos or Cambodia. Our guys could go, they would patrol in, but they often made contact if they were in. And by the time I arrived in 1968, the NVA had 25,000 troops in Laos
What does the NVA stand for?
Oh,
For
sorry,
listeners?
the North Vietnamese Army. It was officially the People's Army of Vietnam, but it was the North Vietnamese Army for us. So it's the NVA. And they were trained up north, had training from the Russians and the Chinese. And like by 68, that was our worst year in the Vietnam War, the highest year for casualties amongst all U.S. troops because you had the Tet Offensive in the beginning of the year, as well as SOG. We had the highest year of casualties that year. So that's just the way that went. I don't know if we could get back to some of the beginning stuff. I'm wandering a little bit.
Yeah, no, let's rewind a little bit
Yeah,
too.
please.
How old were you when the Kennedy assassination happened?
I was in high school. We were in choir practice. And the choir director, who was a Navy veteran, somebody came in and talked to him. He stopped and he turned around. And then he came back and faced us. He said, "We're done." He said, "Somebody just shot the president." So I was 17 at the time.
17.
Yeah, in high school. And we always had choir practice in the auditorium. And everybody was stunned. So he said, it was always the last class of the day. He said, "If you all want to go home early today, you can. You're dismissed." And he was weeping. And Harry Mulder was tough, but a great guy. Because we had music classes. We had been in the band for 1 year. And at vocal, we had a male glee club, had the chorus. And then there was a special group. And we would meet in the mornings at an hour before school started. And we'd have practice with the special group. There would be, I forget how it broke down. I think we had like 12 guys and 12 girls that were taken out of the choir. And we'd practice special numbers, did a little choreography and everything. But Harry's just a great guy.
Well, what did you think about the Kennedy assassination?
Oh, I was outraged. Just couldn't believe what happened.
What was the pulse of the country?
Just total outrage, just to think that and again, we're just reading from the media, Oswald, some scumbag that had been to Russia, was able to get up to the book tower and to shoot the president in Dallas. And you knew that there was a lot of political strife down there. It was not a Democratic stronghold in Dallas at that time. And we had heard within days that Kennedy had been advised not to go to Dallas because of hostilities or hostile attitude towards him. And as it evolved, then when Oswald gets killed, you figured that we've lost the source of what really happened that day, hoping that somebody gives some truth serum or something and say, what really happened here? Because he looked too stupid to be able to do anything that would be that sophisticated to get a weapon and go up and kill the president and go into this building that you just assume the the Secret Service would have more of a protective, before they go into a target area, before the president goes anywhere, they look at all the buildings as opposed to scope those things out. There's a lot of questions to ask, but even in my little furtive mind.
Yeah. I mean, just go down a little rabbit hole here. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
all these years later, they're getting ready to release the files, supposedly. I know they released a bunch. I don't know what's in them yet. But, I mean, what do you think? What do you think that was?
Well, recently, Glenn Beck has done some stuff on it, did a little bit of a deep dig. And when he talked to Cass Patel, Cass said, when you look at this stuff, it's not who, it's what was going on. And so they're beginning to roll up a lot of strings that are coming off of that from, apparent CIA involvement at some level. And on the internet, there's at least one guy saying, I killed the president. And I've never listened to it because I just figured he's a kook. But again, Glenn Beck is saying at least there was things there that there was CIA involvement. And, when we were involved with the CIA, most of the times it was doing things that were mission-oriented to hurt the communists. So everything was like mission-oriented. And, we had mixed emotions dealing with the CIA even in 68 and 69. It was a one-way street. Give us information, but we'd never get anything back, which is fine. We're trained professionals. We're out there snooping the poop. And like one of the things we would do, we'd do wiretaps. And the CIA says, if you listen to the wire, there's nothing going on, tape it anyway. Tape it. We have, at that time, state-of-the-art cassette recorder with a cassette, and then the wire would go up, and then our little people, that's an affectionate term for my South Vietnamese, we had them trained up. They would climb the pole or the tree, tap it in, and then if it was on a telephone pole, they took mud with them, and they would cover the wire. So anybody going by, they wouldn't see the wire. And we would tape it. And when we were done, we turned in all the blank tapes. For us, it sounded like blank tapes, but the CIA would amplify it 100 times. And they said they were able to get great intel off of those tapes.
Wow.
To me, it just sounded like nothing.
Interesting.
But if the CIA is happy, I'm happy.
At least in that case.
And there'd be a couple other war stories later. We have some CIA angles, but let's get back to our rewind.
Yeah, so back to, you show up,
Yeah.
Special Forces training.
Yes.
You get the weekend, you get your sandwiches made for you. What was that Monday like?
Oh, from that time on, it was just like, I couldn't believe I was there. It was just growing up as a kid and thinking about, this is an opportunity. By now, everybody knew the Green Berets. The song had been out, the Ballad of the Green Berets. And so the book had been out. And of course, Roger Donlin was the recipient of the first Medal of Honor from the Vietnam War. His A camp got overrun in July of 64. He earned the Medal of Honor. So that was the first Medal of Honor awarded by President Johnson to Roger, who fortunately I became friends with years later. But so we knew about that, and knew about that history, and more stories were appearing in the paper. In 65, you had the Ai Drang Valley with We Were Soldiers Once, that story. I mean, never told that way in the media, but took the movie and the book that Joe Galloway did that was just give you accurate insights into that. But that was an obvious escalation. We knew the 173rd Airborne was there, the Marines were there, and you have footage. There's footage of the Marines going into Da Nang. Well, the Special Forces story side of that, the Marine photographers were really pissed with the Green Berets when the Marines invaded Da Nang, when they went in with their beach assault, because some of the Green Berets had been out water skiing. And they're in the background water skiing, so they had to edit out the Green Berets water skiing.
Oh, shit.
That's one of my favorite.
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So there's that fun side of life there, too, you know.
Well, what was the training like? And how many of you guys were there?
You know, I'm no good on numbers. I was strictly focused on me, got to know a couple guys, and in the beginning, we had phase 1, which is general training, mission, map reading, orientation. Can you get to point A to point B? I instantly found a guy from Texas who'd grown up in the woods. Me and him were really good friends because I wasn't quite sure of my compass trainings and bearings that way. But we got through it all, had a little bit of hand-to-hand and forced marches, things like that. And then after phase 1, you went to phase 2, which was MOS training. So with Special Forces, you have 5 MOSs: commo, demolitions, weapons, intel, and medics. And the medic course, at that time, the Green Berets, as they are today, the medics are the best in the world. Their training was over a year long. Now, in fact, it was so tough, I knew that was an MOS that I couldn't take because they had classes. They would go in and do a class all day, and first thing in the morning, they would be getting tested on what they had been taught the day previous. And they lost a lot of people because that was a rigorous course. And then when they're done, you had the dog lab where they would wound a dog. You had to patch up the dog, sew its leg back on. And then they would go to emergency rooms around the country. They still do this today with the
Yeah, they
emergency.
still do it.
Oh, yeah.
The SEALs send their guys to the
Yeah, sure
15
enough.
Delta.
And we had for years, the SEALs were coming through that medic course. Now, I don't know if they still do or not because the SEALs have expanded so much of their training.
I don't know.
back
When
then-
I was then, they were still doing it. But
Yeah, but it was good. And so that's our MOS. And so I got commo. At that time, was Morse code was the key part of the commo. We had other classes on just FM radios, AM radios, handheld stuff. You had the basic training, but the hard part was the Morse code. Myself, Johnny McIntyre, Tony Harrow, we all flunked out. We got recycled. And when we got recycled, there was a Sergeant First Class Villarosa, Paul Villarosa. He took us under his wing. Now, he had been to Nam 3 times. On his neck was a tattoo, cut here. And he was tough, and he was amazing. He
tattooed a line that said "cut here."
Oh, yeah. He had
on
a
his
couple
neck.
other tattoos, which I don't remember. But he was an amazing Morse code. He had been in the maritime service previous as a communicator, and he could do Morse code with both hands. He could send and receive at the same time. And his speed was so fast. And they had the thing that's called the bug. And the bug was a handheld for you to do your Morse code signals, but it's really fast. Well, he would make that thing sing. So he took us in. He came in at night. We could come back at night for extra. He would be there with us. We went in for the weekends. We finally got, with Morse code, you had 5-letter groups. And you had to get 15 or 18 word groups per minute to graduate from commo. It took a while, but we made it.
But what was? So you wanted to go to Vietnam?
Yeah, I seen all the war movies. You grew up with the Duke and everybody else with their war movies and God and Country.
So what was it like for you getting trained by special ops guys that are coming back from Vietnam?
It was really, I just felt like I was in an element that it was new and different. For me, it was so far out that I was just happy to be able to, every time I graduated to the next phase, kind of like, whew, we made it, I kept waiting for them to say, like that recruiter, you're lucky we lowered the standards. Somebody's going to come along and have a reality check and say, how the hell did you get in here this far? Get out of here. Go be a cook somewhere at the leg unit, I kept waiting for that, but we kept going on and we made it through.
How'd they treat you guys?
It was different. It wasn't like basic AIT and jump school. There, they gave you rules. You had to abide by them. Whatever they told you to do, you had to do it. But they also, if you asked a question, a lot of times they would answer the question. And it just felt like they were training us to go to Vietnam. And we knew that we had this mission against communism. We had seen what communism had done in Hungary. We had seen and heard about things in Russia. And we heard about Mao Tse-tung. We never realized just what a brutal killers they were of their own people, mass murderers effectively, but we knew communism sucked. We saw Fidel Castro and what happened to Cuba. And so we knew that we were up against the forces of darkness at that time. And we're training for that. And at that time, the Green Berets, only thing we knew about were the Green Beret A teams that went over. So you had an A team, there would be a senior medic and a junior medic. And for all the MOSs, and then you'd have the team leader, and then there'd be an officer who'd be a captain, and then there'd be an executive officer. But the team sergeant ran the team, but there'd be that delicate balance between them. So that's what we trained up for. It was A teams going to Vietnam, and through that training, we came finally to the FTX. You put together your first A team without the officers. And we would go in as a team, we had missions, the commo guys, we had to set up the wires. And of course, here's Army training. This is December 1967. Our training is in the Uwharrie National Park, National Forest in North Carolina. It snowed. We had like a foot of snow for our training prior to going to Vietnam, which is like the perfect oxymoronic WTF situation. You know, it's like, what? We're going to go to Nam and we're here in the snow? And of course, my Texas buddy who had helped me get through with the orientation, we were in the combo together, and he was my joint mate. We were supposed to take turns sleeping. Well, he fell asleep on his watch. The instructor came by, tore down our tent, kicked our ass, put us out in the snow. We survived it. Got through, had to put up the antenna, and we jumped. Our jump, so we finally jumped at night, and we jumped at night at 800 feet. And that's a pretty close jump. I mean,
Yeah.
the only ones I heard about some of your programs, some of the guys from today, when they jump at 400 feet. And we had a couple of guys later on with SOG, we had 5 halo jumps into Laos. And then we had 12 or 13, depending who you talk to, static line jumps, some in Laos and then some in South Vietnam when they were supporting A camps that were under siege. But they would talk about jumping at 500 feet, no reserve, because you just go out, the string pulls, you're landing. And in my case, 800 feet happened really quick because I was the commo guy. So you had your parachute and your emergency parachute, your equipment bag, your M14 bag, and then we had an additional bag because we had to carry, our radio was we called it the Angry 109, and you used that for Morse code. And in order to get that radio, you had to have a handheld generator that sat on a metal frame that you sat on. So you would have somebody would sit there cranking the generator, and then you put the antenna up and communicate back to base. So you had that metal seat,
Yeah.
the generator, which was heavy, complete with the handles, and then the radio, plus the M14, and plus other equipment, sleeping bag, and stuff like that. So when he jumped, I jumped heavy, and jumped out, and just by the grace of the Lord again, there was one little road, and I came out. The wind took me, and I landed, did a PLF there, and went and did the FTX, the field training exercise. We were out there for 5 or 6 days and nights. Got through it, came back for some final classes, and it was around, I don't know, December 14th, 15th, somewhere around there. This is graduation. Here's your certificate. Congratulations. Here's your pass for a leave for Christmas. In our case, the commo guys, there was a bunch of us that went TDY to Fort Gordon, Georgia for 12 weeks of radio teletype because the A camps needed, and of course we didn't know it, but SOG needed communicators with top secret clearance to run the radio teletype.
Did you know what SOG was at the time?
We'd heard something about a deadly top secret mission in Vietnam, and it was scuttlebutt. And and with our commo class, particularly once we got recycled, so we knew all the instructors, and they knew us. And so as you get near the end, they could tell who's going to graduate. And at the end, there'd be a coffee break or something, and we get to talking. Hey, you've been to Vietnam. They've all been there at least 2 or 3 times, like Sergeant Villarosa. And so we're going through this, and they go, look, when you go to Vietnam, you're going to get in-country training. And when you're done with that, get assigned to an A camp. There's operations out there, people just die. And they're going to come out at the end of your in-country training, they're going to say, we're looking for volunteers, but they won't tell you what it is. Don't do it. Go to an A camp, get used to Vietnam. Okay. So we go through our radio teletype training. Johnny McIntyre and I, we got busted. We got busted from a private first class to private E-Deuce. Those legs down, they just didn't like us leaving base at night, going downtown to howl the wolves. So Johnny and I got...
Going downtown to where?
To to Augusta. We called it Disgusta, but Augusta, Georgia.
Disgusta, huh?
Yeah, it's right outside.
What happens in Disgusta?
Well, it was amazing. They had a couple of really cool nightclubs there. You could drink a lot. My dad was kind enough to let me take our Pontiac down there, so I had a car. And Johnny McIntyre and I, we drove down. We were there. So at night, they come by with a base inspection, like at 10:30, all tucked in. We had our clothes on. The second he left, man, bing, we're out to the parking lot. We're downtown. The bars would close at 2 o'clock. And Mac and I would go across the border to South Carolina because their bars there were open till 5. So
Nice.
we'd leave about 4:30 as we get back to base.
We would have got along great together.
Oh, yeah. This is like... So at some point during this training, McIntyre and I drove home. And that night, we stopped at a bar. And John and I are sitting there on the TV. So this is now the Tet Offensive is kicking in. And we're going through this training. And on the TV, I don't know if it's CBS, but you can see this grainy picture of a tank. And they said, this is a NVA tank that broke into Lang Vay, a Green Beret camp, which is in the northwest corner of South Vietnam, right just south of the DMZ, not far away from Laos. And this NVA tank tried to overrun the base last night. Those Green Berets were fighting for their lives. And McIntyre and I go, holy shit, we're going to die when we get there. We drove home, took all our money out of the bank. We didn't want our family fighting over our money if we died. We go home, take all our money out, drove back to base, and every night we went out for steak. We spent all our money. Of course, went to the bars.
Spent it all in Disgusta.
Indeed. There was a little sweetheart down there. Johnny had his girlfriend, and I met this gal. And before we were done with the training, then we had a month leave, and then we went to Vietnam. I arrived in Vietnam at the end of April, 1968.
So before we get into Vietnam,
Yeah.
Are you saying that when they would take these volunteers,
Yeah.
that was SOG?
Yes, absolutely. And they had a couple other operations. By the time we got there, they had the Mike Force, which had been operating since 63. And the Mike Force was the first QRF, basically. And when the A camps would get hit, they would need someone to come in to help them break the fight. And Mike Force was just outstanding. We had a friend of mine, his name was Jack Tobin. He was in the Mike Force, had several tours over there, highly respected Green Beret. Met him years later. He was president of the Special Forces Association, and I was on the Special Operations Association board of directors, and we met at the reunions. And Jack introduced me to a friend. He goes, this is my friend Tilt Meyer here. He was in SOG. Now in SOG, they'd be out there snooping and pooping. He was just doing intel work. Yeah, they made some contact with the NVA, but with Mike Force, we were out there hunting for those commie motherfuckers. And that was the difference. And Mike Force would go out. They just had an outstanding reputation. They broke many a siege that the A camps would be under siege by the NVA and the Viet Cong. But that was the difference. But I learned that years later. In this case, we heard the scuttlebutt.
Heard the scuttlebutt.
So we went through the in-country training, which is 3 weeks.
So can you describe what the war was about at that time before you went?
Well, we knew that the Viet Cong, and you heard about all the legends. The Viet Cong is just the peasant fighter, the farmer by day, fighter by night, defending what he thinks is his country. They don't talk about any of the NVA, the communist people that are supporting them, that are in country, that are with the majority of the Viet Cong units. And so we knew, and of course, when we go through some of the Special Forces training, we're told about the communist infiltrations, told about how they're operating. Of course, we had horror stories about what the Viet Cong would do to a village or to people that weren't friendly.
What would they do?
You name it. We had one of our Medal of Honor recipients had, he was in special forces operation. They had gone into a village and worked with the people, the children there, for a period of time. And it was, strictly a hearts and minds operation. They would go in, the medics would go in, always do sick call every day, work with the children. They built some schools, other training facilities, things like this. At some point, the Viet Cong came in and killed everybody, every man, woman, and child, to send a message to any other village that would think about working with the Green Berets or Americans. They were just profoundly cruel and heartless that way. And, that shook John.
How would they compare to like a modern day
Terrorist?
like ISIS, Al Qaeda, where there are beheadings, they burn people alive today in Syria. They're crucifying people and shoot them in the back of the head.
The Christians there were hurt. I don't know if they would be specifically targeted.
I don't mean just the Christians. I mean,
I know, but
with
were
the
they as
gruesome, burning
Yes.
people alive.
They would do it all. During the Tet Offensive, in the town of Wei, which is the old imperial capital, they had killed a bunch of civilians. Anybody who was educated, nurses, doctors, they took a bunch out and killed them. And they had a mass grave, which received not enough publicity. But this is during the Tet Offensive. And we had other cases where they would torture people to get them to come over to the side. If they didn't, they would kill them. And for me, when we get...
How would they torture them?
Well, you name it. They would do the fingernail thing, beat them up, get them to come around. If they didn't, then they would just shoot them. And, of course, the guys that were in country, the A-camp guys, they always had to worry about booby traps. Even if you saw the movie, The Green Beret, they had those big punji ambush things where if you walked in it, it would pick you up and then a rope would pick you up and your weight of your body would swing you into like punjies that were all coated with animal dung. So when you slammed into it, like in that movie where they picked up the one guy and his body was impaled on those punji stakes, and they had punji pits, and if anybody stepped in it, of course you had the infection off of those. And in my case with Paul Villarosa, our hero, the guy that helped us get through training, he ran the first mission out of FOB-4, his fourth tour of duty. He ran a mission into Laos. They ran into a heavy unit. He was wounded, and at some point, he was captured. They killed several other team members, but they kept one American alive, an SF guy we never knew who it was. But Villarosa, they got him, and they came in with a flamethrower and literally burned him alive at the stake. And they killed a couple of other Vietnamese. They torched them too. So when we got done our briefing, we heard about Paul Villarosa. And it was like, that was culture shock to the max. Because he was our hero. This is a guy that did 3 tours, survived all that. And his first mission out of FOB-4, killed and tortured.
Wow.
And of course, you always had the story. We had teams where men who had been wounded, they would disembowel them, cut their head off, and stick their head in the cavity where the bowels were.
Jeez.
And the other part was sometimes they would cut their dick off and stick it in their mouth, and then put that in. Now I never saw that personally.
Any of that?
Say again?
You never saw any of that?
Nothing like that. But we heard about it. And it was from our guys.
Before you went, you heard about it.
Some before and then some while we were there. Other teams that come up against.
And so the premise of the Vietnam War was the NVA and the Viet Cong pushing communism into Vietnam.
Right.
And so where does Laos and Cambodia come into play?
Well, they were, quote, neutral countries. In the beginning, we had Operation White Star, which had Green Beret teams in Laos. But under that change of plan of converting to MACV-SOG, Kennedy, they had an accord of some kind of a political agreement that America would pull any and all combat troops out of Laos and out of Cambodia. And the North Vietnamese and the communists would do the same thing. They were all there and they agreed to this accord. Well, of course, the communists are just lying douchebags, as we all know. And publicly they say, yeah, we're out. Well, in 57, they had started to reopen the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which went from Hanoi down to Vietnam, across, down through Laos into Cambodia. And there'd be trails that would come in to South Vietnam. And that would be the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And that would be the way that supplies the manpower. And as early as 57, they began working on it. By 59, the Politburo in Hanoi said, we are going to form an official unit for the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It'll be 559, May 59. So that's when it was formed. They had a colonel in charge of it, other people. So from 59 into the 60s, they already had rudimentary supplies and manpower coming south, agents, etc. And so we would go, not we, but they would go through that, expanding. And so then the Air Force would start targeting the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And it wasn't just a trail. It would be different branches coming down and going into the country, into South Vietnam. And that's what that was designed for. And so by the time I arrived,
before we go there,
no, sure.
What was the pulse of the country about Vietnam at the time?
Well, we believed our presidents, even that
did.
lying scumbag Lyndon Johnson, saying that this is communism. They're here to overtake the country. And we were familiar with the domino theory from Eisenhower. And here's Dwight David Eisenhower, our World War II fame, and a good president. And if he's saying we've got the domino theory, they were of great concern to us, well, we all believe them. And, anything we could do to stop communism, having seen what it was. So the majority of the country, I would say, was very supportive of it. And by 66, you're beginning to get some protesters. And, there might be other, quote, Vietnam experts that talk about the protests and who was really against it. But I always felt supported from the beginning. And by the time we land in 68, there's now more demonstrations, some college campuses and whatnot. And but I always felt like they're just so far removed from it. And you never know who's putting the anti-war sentiments in their head.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things the South Vietnamese did wrong. President Diem, who was assassinated with a coup in November of 63, he was really harsh. Catholics were a minority, a religious minority. And then you had the Buddhists that were against him. And some of the things that family did made it very difficult to support. And that, then the media, of course, would play up these things and report that's what actually happened. But meanwhile, you had the communists that were coming into the country, thwarting the people and wanting to take it over so that they could control the people and the land. And, like my classic example for me, once I got on my recon team, we had people, 3 members of our team had grown up and born in North Vietnam, came south with their families in 54. And they all knew our government is corrupt in South Vietnam, but we prefer corrupt government over communism with Ho Chi Minh, because we can live here, we can still flourish, I can raise a family, I can do my crops. We know when the communists take over, they're going to fuck you over any way they can, as only communists do. And they were willing to die for it. And that was my bond with my little people. And there are other people in Vietnam. Again, there are some that didn't want anything to do with the war. And again, there's people like peasants who are there getting whatever they're told from the Viet Cong or the local villagers. You know how it is with getting accurate information out to the huddled masses.
Well, John, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll pick up with Stepping Ground on Vietnam.
I'll drink to that.
If you ever feel like the modern world is wearing you down, things like EMFs, artificial light, seed oils, microplastics, chronic stress, it seems like our biology wasn't designed for these modern assaults, and it's probably taking a toll on all of us. Armra colostrum is a bioactive whole food that can help revive cellular signaling and help bolster our health from within. Colostrum is nature's finest whole food, packed with over 400 bioactive nutrients that work at a cellular level to help strengthen your immune health, help fortify gut health, and help kickstart your metabolism. I've been using Armra ever since they sent me some to try, and now I have a lot more energy. It's part of my daily routine now. I take it in the morning and after workouts. Are you ready to reclaim your health? We've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 15% off your first order. That's tryarmra.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. You all know what speed dating is, right? Well, if you're the owner of a growing business, what if there was a feature like speed dating, but only for hiring? In other words, you could meet several interested, qualified candidates all at once. Well, good news. There is. It's Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and start talking to qualified candidates tomorrow. And right now, you can try Zip Intro for free. It's ziprecruiter.com/SRS. Zip Intro gives you the power to quickly assess excellent candidates for your job via back-to-back video calls. You simply pick a time, and Zip Intro does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people as soon as the next day. It's so easy. Enjoy the benefits of speed hiring with new Zip Intro, only from ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site based on G2. Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/SRS. Again, that's ziprecruiter.com/SRS. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. All right, John, we're back from the break. One thing I forgot to do at the beginning is we have a Patreon account.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, our Patreon account is it's a subscription network, and these guys, a lot of them have been with us since the very beginning. And we built it into quite a community. And so one of the things that I do for them is I give them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question.
Indeed.
So this is from Rich Benjamin. Does Tilt think we waged the Vietnam Land War in the wrong country? How does he feel the end result would have been if we waged a land war in Laos and Cambodia?
Oh, good question. In the very early days, if we had really been in the military, World War II frame of mind to win, and if we had, because it's been documented, the North Vietnamese most feared, particularly in the early days, around 64, 65, that the U.S. would cut off the Ho Chi Minh Trail completely, go in with however do it. So in answer, I mean, I'm biased. I think that had we addressed that war as we did World War II, with the win mentality, not let the State Department dictate terms, such as when we have MACV-SOG running missions, they wouldn't even let us run missions in Cambodia until 66. And when they ran the missions, they even dictated the type of weapons initially you could carry. And when I ran missions in Cambodia, I was down to TDY for a couple of weeks. We had no TAC air. What we had was helicopter gunships, and we had the 20th Special Operations Squadron from the Air Force, the Green Hornets. Those guys were hot shit. I mean, all of our helicopter. The majority of our helicopter assets were hot shit, but those guys were the hottest because they were the Air Force, had the latest state-of-the-art Hueys, most powerful, had the miniguns that were flexible, and they saved my ass. They saved our team ass. So in answer to that, I think it would have been different. Mine Haiphong Harbor, cut off Cambodia so they can't come in with the supplies. Tell the Russians and the Chinese, we're not fighting you, but don't you bring supplies, and cut off all the supplies. I think it still would have been a long one, but eventually it could have been a different outcome.
Thanks for answering that. Rich is a huge fan of yours, so I'm going to have you sign this card for him.
Gladly. And I know Rich. He was at our last reunion. He was a videographer there.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. He's got some incredible footage of A1 Sky Raiders and some interviews with our Sky Raider pilots. Good man.
Oh, man. Well, he'll love this then.
Absolutely. I'll sign it with a capital X just for him.
Perfect. All right. So let's move into Vietnam.
Yes, sir.
So let's go all the way back, very first day in country.
Well, we had a month R&R. I went up to my cousins. They were farmers up in New Jersey. I hung out with my cousins and worked the fields up there with them. It was spring, early April, and I just hung out there for a couple of weeks with them. Went back home to my family, left, and I took the flight in. And when we landed in Cameron Bay, it was just like, it's just hard to believe. Like you've had other people describe this to you, but when you get to that door and the airplane door is open, you walk out and go down that first step, you look out, here's all these Vietnamese, and we were told in training group, advanced infantry training, everybody could be the enemy. So your first thought is, oh my God, these are potential enemies out here. I don't have no gun, no nothing, except my duffel bag, right? But the stench of the countryside, because they always had rice paddies around, and they used human defecations to fertilize their fields. And when it's about 100 degrees, it just felt like I needed a knife just to cut through the humidity to walk down the steps. And the stench was just unbelievable. And we went down, had a little quick in-country briefing. We got transport to 5th Special Forces Group headquarters in Nha Trang. And that was in Tu Quoc, had a beautiful beach. And at that point, in April of 1968, that was where all the training was done for in-country. So we're there. We had, I think it was 3 weeks of in-country training. Everything from patrols, and our patrols, we had no combat of any sort, but we learned all the patrol tactics that they used, and worked TAC air, helicopters, had classes on, again, about communism and whatnot, and we had every kind of helicopter except an H-34, which we'll get to in a few minutes, and then at the end of the training, and the last week, they showed the film, The Green Berets, with John Wayne. It's like, far fucking out, man. Look at this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so we get done, and just like they told us in training group, the last day, we're there, we had to do all the needles and stick yourself and all this stuff, how to survive basic first aid stuff, combat wounds and things like that. Little guy comes out. We're looking for volunteers. So my good buddy Johnny McIntyre goes, for what, Sarge? Can't say. Either you're in or you're not. Well, hell, we just saw the movie. What would the Duke do? I don't care what the guys in training group said. The Duke would go, sign me up. So we all volunteered.
All of you guys did?
Yeah, a lot of us. We had gone through the commo training together. We had been together for a year since training group, basically, by the time April got there. So me, Rick Howard, John McIntyre, Tony Harrell, our hands popped right up into the air. We all volunteered. We go up to Da Nang, and this is our first culture shock, because we stayed at a safe house, a Da Nang safe house. It's House 22. And so we go in, we have food, eat. They got security. The area is secure. And they told us not to worry about anything, but whatever you want, you can eat. Just go up to the bar, tell them what you want. If you want to drink, eat, drink, be merry. And I forget what the prices were for the prostitutes up on the second floor. But we had lovely ladies up there that spread their wares around, you know. So that first day, Mac and I, we're there, we're eating and whatnot. And they had a couple of barmaids there, and one was really nice. She was really educated, good English. So we talked to her, and Mac and I both had girlfriends. So we weren't interested in anything. So she could tell we were harmless, and we set up with her. Went upstairs, had to take a shower. So as we go up, there's this big open floor area with all these beds. You could hear a couple guys getting it on right there. So we go into the shower. There's a guy taking a shower. And in the corner, there's a young lady squatted down, shaking that Coke up and douching with a Coca-Cola. So we just found a new use for Coca-Cola, you know.
Holy shit.
So this is like growing up in Trenton, New Jersey. Welcome to South Vietnam.
Wow.
So that's a little bit of culture shock. So while we're there, some of the guys from the Mike Force came in, and they stayed overnight. And they were talking. They could tell that we're green as grass, so they had nothing to do with us because we're just green-ass Green Berets. But they were talking about the shit they had been in, and they had helped to relieve somebody either in the Ashaw Valley, and the Ashaw Valley was up north, right on the border of Laos. It was a very ragged border, but that was one of the main places when the Ho Chi Minh Trail came down. There was at least 2 separate branches off of the Ho Chi Minh Trail that came into the Ashaw that would then go into South Vietnam to Hue, and then Phu Bai, and then that later down to Da Nang area. So we were there just that moment of time, hearing these guys talk about it, and it's going like, this is where we are. So
What were they talking about?
they had talked about the actual combat. And they were dirtied up. They literally came in, dropped their gear at the gate, and they're sitting there just talking, obviously still sweaty and wherever they had been. And it was just like, okay, these are SF guys that helped some SF team somewhere. Now, I'm not sure. I'm just too long ago to remember. Because we're new, they probably wouldn't talk about the specifics anyway. But they were in contact, and they had talked about what the enemy was doing, how tenacious they were. So the next morning, McIntyre and I, and John, we all get together to go to the Da Nang airport to get a flight to Phu Bai. And we had our briefing first. I'm sorry, we had our briefing. So in the morning we go down, we get a briefing, go into the room, curtains are on the windows up front. There's a map with a sheet over it, and so we'd been students for over a year now, between basic and everything. So we're all like pulling our pads and pens out. Sergeant Major walks in, put that shit away. This is a top secret briefing. And right in front of you, there's an NDA. Read it. And if you want to stay, sign it. If you want to leave, you're welcome to leave. There's no hard feelings. And this is a top secret briefing. Said it again for good luck. So we all signed, and then the curtain, they pulled the sheet off the map. So there's a map we're looking at. Here's South Vietnam.
What did the NDA say?
Say again?
What did the NDA say?
Oh, you can't talk about it for 20 years. If you talk about anything or take any pictures, you could be prosecuted federally. And I forget what the penalties were, but they had prison terms and fines that were all defined in the NDA. Had you talked about anything about it, and the Sergeant Major, the first thing he said was, read these. You can't talk to your mama, your girlfriend, or anybody. No pictures, no nothing. You can't talk to anybody about this mission unless it's somebody else that you're working with at your base. Welcome to the Secret War. This is top secret. And your reports go directly to the White House. Okay? So there's the map, Vietnam. I Corps is up north. 2 Corps, which is Kontum, Nha Trang on the beach. 3 Corps, which is Saigon. 4 Corps, which is much bigger, but it's all the swamps and waterways. Just horrible, horrible AO. I never got down there, fortunately. And we go through then look at Laos, Here's target boxes, 6x6 target boxes, all the way up and down. And then in the Cambodia, some targets. And so he went on to explain a little bit, this is what we do. We go across the fence into Laos or into Cambodia. You'll run top secret missions. You either be with a recon team or a hatchet force. So a recon team will be 2 or 3 Americans, and you'll have indigenous personnel. And that would be, they could be Montagnards, South Vietnamese, they could be Nungs or Cambodians. In some cases, they have Cambodian hatchet force. So the recon teams would be small units. Like they could be teams that run a mission could be 4, 6, 8, maybe up to 12. And then a hatchet force is a platoon or a company size operation. And there you would have the number of Green Berets for each squad and a platoon leader and explain that basic structure. So we all signed them, did the briefing, and then they took us over to get a helicopter up to FOB-1. The next day we get the helicopter ride up. So again, it's culture shock. We had all that training with helicopters, but nobody told us about a King Bee, a South Vietnamese Air Force H-34. Helicopters developed during the Korean War. And they were built by Sikorsky. They had a B-17 rotary engine that the pilots essentially sat on top of. So it was a 9-cylinder B-17 engine. And then the back had a passenger compartment with one door on the right side. And for where we sat, when we looked up, we could see the pilot's feet on the pedals. So we're down, and so for our flight, it's like, what the hell is this? And all of a sudden, here's a South Vietnamese guy flying our helicopter. Where we're used to Americans, it's like, okay, here we go. And so me, Johnny McIntyre, and John, we get in, and as I sit down, I see the guy on the microphone go, because we're green. You got new starch pad, new jungle boots and everything. So we go up, we're flying up Highway 1, going down Highway 1, and it's just for the first flight. And so we're going along, we go past the Phu Airport, and we go past the 2nd Armored Training Division, and all of a sudden the helicopter goes like this to a 90-degree on its side to a turn. And it did a 360. Well, I saw that guy, and I thought they were going to do something like that. But McIntyre and John Hutchins are going like, well, fuck me to tears, what's going on? They're hanging on like that. And the door guard is going, we got him. So we turn around and we land. We get off the helicopter. A recon team gets on the helicopter. Spike Team Idaho. The team leader, who I didn't know, is Glenn Lane. And his 1-1 assistant team leader is Robert Owen. I forget, they either had 4 or 6 indigenous troops. They take off, never heard from again. Welcome to the Secret War. So we go into base, sign in, and as we go, there's a long pathway, and the 2nd Arvin compound is right here, a big fence, and then there's the road in, and then you turn left. There was S1, S2, S3, and then on the other side was S4 for supply. So we go in, report in S1, and I come out, and I hear this voice, Tilt Meyer. And I'm with John McIntyre. So I was in A company in training group. Johnny Mac was in B company, and we beat his softball team in every game. And the reason why we beat him was Spider Parks was our pitcher. And I hear, Tilt Meyer, Spider Parks. Holy shit, Spider, you're here? We had gone through training group together. And of course, he made fun of Johnny McIntyre because he's a B company puke, And so then Spider took us around, showed us the base. And Mac went to a separate room, and Spider said, no, you come down, you stay with me. Us A company guys, you B company guys, you go somewhere else. So I went down with Spider, had a bunk with him, and they were monitoring the team progress. And after lunch, Spider goes, I'm going to go to S3. Come along. I want you can meet the people in S3. He says, we haven't heard from the team. Well, they never heard from the team ever again. And 2 days later, 1 or 2 days later, Spike Team Oregon went in with George Sternberg and Mike Tucker. They went in with, I think it was 5 or 6 indige. They flew into the LZ that Idaho had landed on. They saw some tracks in the grass that where the team could have gone. They began to move, following it, trying to figure out where the team might be. And they moved for a short distance. And they saw a checkpoint down on a road that was far off. I forget how far away it was. But bottom line, the NVA knew they were there. They turned around and came back and began to make contact with them. And the team went into a big bomb crater. And the whole firefight started. They're in that bomb crater for a long period of time. And they started throwing hand grenades in. And then they started throwing in American hand grenades. And so George caught the first hand grenade and threw it out. And the second or the third hand grenade that came in, Mike threw one out. But the next one went down further, and he couldn't get it in time. And when it went off, it exploded. It literally blew his jungle boots off. Plus shrapnel. And the medic on the team was severely injured. And he was paralyzed from the waist down from the impact of the grenade. So there's firefights going on. They do TAC air. They finally bring in the first King Bee. That's the code name for the South Vietnamese H-34s. First King Bee comes in. They get the wounded and the medic, get him and put him into the helicopter. They take off. The second helicopter comes in. And so it's just down to George and a couple of people. And they're right in the middle of the firefight. They're going back and forth with each other. And again, TAC air is being used. Helicopter comes in. George gets to the helicopter. And one of the guys had been wounded. So he puts the wounded guy in. As he turns around, he sees an NVA. George is left-handed. He turns around, and this guy shot George with his AK. And George turned around and killed him. But before he did, there's another NVA popped up. He goes to the NVA, then he shot him.
Damn.
Now, he never knew this, because it happened so fast, but Spider Park saw him do it because Spider was in the third helicopter. Was it what we call the chase medic? Because whenever the first 1 or 2 helicopters are designed for the team, the chase helicopters there in case the other one gets shot down or if you need a medic. And so Spider was there on the chase ship, saw George do that, but they got pulled out, and they were several months recuperating from those wounds and things. And we never heard from Idaho again. So with our team, we were just, again, divine intervention in my opinion. We had Spider Parks, who had been on Idaho. He had just been promoted to a brand new team. He's going to be the 1-0 of another recon team. He had been promoted. Glenn Lane signed off on it, recommended he get his own recon team because Spider was just really sharp. And Hep, the interpreter, who spoke 4 or 5 languages. He used to improve my English once I got to know him. And then Sal, who was the Vietnamese team leader, the counterpart to the team leader, the American Green Beret. Hep was sick, didn't go. Sal was not his rotation. They rotated because they had 10 or 12 South Vietnamese on the team. So when you ran a mission, you'd only take 4 or 6 indig with you, indigenous personnel. We just said indig. And on this case, Sal missed. So with Spider, he got Don Wolken, who had some experience in country. We built the team. Spider was the 1-0 team leader. Don was the 1-1 assistant team leader. I was brought on as the 1-2, the radio operator. And we rebuilt the team. Sal and Hep went out. They hired 3 or 4 new guys. 3 of them were 15 years old.
15
years old. Sun, Chow, and Cal were hired up. Brought them in, and then Spider put us through the whole training process. And he and Sal worked together. And every day we did everything from the ground up. everything from just basic patrols. We'd go outside the base, and then go down through the village, and they had trails and things down there. And we would go down, do contingency drills, work through live fire. Then we'd go up to the range with live fire, do the same thing with the contingency drills, rappelling off the tower, and then just classes on basic first aid stuff, and then rappelling from helicopters, getting pulled down on strings, because one of the innovations that SOG made was this whole extraction by ropes. And so that was all part of the training. It even trained our team so that a helicopter would come in. If we'd be pretending that we're in a firefight, the helicopter would come in, and with the H-34s, when the indigs would get in the helicopter first, one would go to the window on the left side, and another would go to the window behind the door. So that would give us increased firepower on both sides, and then everybody else would get in the helicopter. And then every kind of training you could think of. And we just went down to the range, put thousands and thousands of rounds downrange. And that was part of training up Idaho, ST Idaho, FUBI, FOB1. And, Johnny Mac he had the first mission. He went out, and they had a team. They inserted an elephant grass, and they had a lieutenant who was the team leader. And he jumped out of the helicopter before its wheels, because elephant grass can be anywhere from like 8 to 12, 13 feet tall. And Spider told us, when you're in elephant grass, wait till you see the ground. Do not jump. You can't see the ground because you might hurt yourself. Well, this young lieutenant didn't listen to Spider, jumped out and broke his ankle. So they were compromised. And because Mac was new on the team, they decided to pull the whole team out. When they came back, they made contact before they came in with the helicopter to pick them up. And Mac came back, goes, "Holy shit, Joe, you should have seen this firefight." Said, these NVA are serious out here. And when they came back, put the lieutenant, and then on the 4th of July, John was working with his web gear, and he cut through the web gear, and it hit a bedpost. It ricocheted up and came back, cut him through the lower through the eye, and through his up here on his lid. And it was like he came out, and the medics said, "We got to take you down to the Marines." And they took him to the closest medical facility, and they passed him up a little bit. They said, "We'll let it sit overnight because we got a 4th of July party going on tonight." And during that night, the infection set in, and they took John back, and we never saw John again until we got back in the States. He was medevac. That was like my best buddy went down.
Damn.
Right, just like on an accident, so trivial, horrible.
Let's talk about your very first mission with SOG.
Well, the first 3 are kind of boring, really. They're very successful, minimal gunfire.
What was the mission?
They were to insert Air Force sensors. And by August and September, we had the monsoons that were going on. So when the weather would break, we would try to run as many missions. So we had trained up. The Air Force had a 3-part sensor. They had a central unit with an antenna on it, and then it had a coaxial cable that ran for several feet. And then each unit, everything had to be buried with only the antennas behind vegetation. And so the first one we put in was in the Ashall Valley, which was at that time, we had 3 Green Beret camps in the Ashall Valley that were further south of where we went into this trail. And each A camp had been overrun. Just the NVA said, "This is our territory." They ran those A camps out. And there's a great book out that's called Ashall Valley. And it just talks about that camp. So each of those 3 camps were overrun and pushed out. We knew that history. We go in. Spider was the 1-0. We took an E8 with us from S3 who was familiar with the equipment, and we had another 1-0, very experienced, Les Daniels from Spike Team Rhode Island. And so because Don and I were new, the plan was we would go in and Don would take some people to the north end, and I would take a couple of guys to the south end of where they were operating, and they would all install those monitoring devices. So we were on the ground a few hours, and this was the Ashall, and we knew the Ashall by that time. We had heard about it, and it had these huge punji pits. There had been a lot of rain. The monsoons had washed away some of the cover for these punji pits. Some were as big for animals, but there were smaller ones. And as we were coming back, Don and I were walking past one of those punji pits, and he slipped and started to fall into the punji pit. And I grabbed him. I said, "Get back here. I'm not ready to be the 1-1 yet. I'm just a radio operator here." We came back. We got pulled out. We were working the first cab, did the insertions and the extraction on that. And they thought we were going to get hit hard being in the valley. Nothing happened. And we had TAC air stacked up. So when we left, the 51 caliber opened up on the east side of the Ashall. Well, they hit that thing with napalm. They hit him with a gun run. They wiped that 51 caliber out several times. But we didn't get shot at. And then in September, we did the same thing. We had another mission. We inserted the same device, but this time it was just our team, Spider, Don, and I. We went up.
What was the device doing?
It was monitoring anything on traffic. Anything that went by, they could tell from the vibrations what it was, whether it was people, animals, or trucks, or tanks. And so they would record, and then the Air Force would come by and electronically pick up the intel from that central command box we put in.
Gotcha.
That's what we're told. Now, I'm just like the low man on the totem pole here. So my job was, you're going to be security. You're going to go here. You see bad guys, kill them. And if we need help, you'll be on the radio. Call TAC Air. That was my job. So I don't anything beyond the specifics. And then the second one, Don and Spider did the insertion with Sal and HEP. They did the insertion, but I was still overseeing possible TAC air if we needed it and security for one of the perimeters. But it was right next to the Quezon Marine Corps base there. It was one of the main roads that went past Quezon.
What were you carrying?
For weapons?
What was your loadout?
I had a Car 15, which was a modified M16. Had a shorter barrel, and then it had the first classable stock. And I loved it. It was a great weapon. And that's what I carried the whole time. So in the beginning, I was only carrying maybe 500 rounds, plus hand grenades. And by August, we had developed sawed-off M79s. We cut the handle down as much as we could, just so you had enough to hold it. And then we cut the barrel back as close as we could to the end where the wood comes out of the platform that holds the metal barrel, cut it right to that. And we trained up on that because it was just extra firepower. So we always carried 10 to 12 rounds for that, 10 to 12 hand grenades, smoke grenades. We had both large and small smoke grenades. And then in the beginning, I said like around 500 rounds. And then Spider and Don and other teams, like I talked to John Walton, who had been on another team, and they had a couple of missions where they barely got out alive, and they ran out of bullets. And so I then carried over 600 rounds, and we had only 20-round magazine, no 30-round magazine like today. So you had 20-round magazine, but only 18, because we were told that if you had too many, the spring would not work. It may not feed them correctly. So we had the old BAR web gear, had nice shoulder pads, had pouches. And the pouches could hold 3 or 4 magazines, and then one on top. And then we had electric tape on them. And so that's what we trained in, just how to get those things out, swap them out as fast as you could. And
what about a secondary?
Say again?
Secondary pistol?
No, we had the sawed-off M79. We always carried either double-aught buck or flechettes because I didn't carry a pistol. because most of the times we were so efficient at the quick magazine change that if we were caught in a situation where they charged us and we didn't have a magazine, we still had the flechettes. And that double odd buck with the M40, with the M79, that was just devastating stuff. And then later, some of our guys messed around. They began putting flechettes in them.
What is a flechette?
Like a small dart. And so when they would come out, be just like a small pair of these darts and just kill anything in its range within. And again, it's close, like a super big shotgun, you know?
Blade?
Yep. They developed some of those. Now, again, I'm told this. What I personally had, we always had a double odd buck, and Doug and Lynn Black, a couple of these other, they were all the weapons guys. They were always tinkering with these things to improve them. And they'd had those flechettes that they personally designed. They would carry a couple because if you needed it, that first round would slow down anything coming at you.
Knife, I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had a SOG knife, specially designed. We had our own supply system. CISO was based out of Okinawa. And early on, they were set up so any supplies that went to 5th Special Forces Group and SOG, sometimes things would go to the agency for weapons that they needed them. And they developed what was called a SOG knife. And when I went through my in-processing with S4, got the web gear and everything, I got my SOG knife. And so we always carried that right on the web gear, on the shoulder straps, had the SOG knife right there, upside down, so if you pulled it out, it's ready to go. Whereas if you're in the jungle, sometimes reaching out might be a little bit too difficult. But down here, you can pull it out quickly. So that's where the SOG knife would go, CAR-15, magazine pouches, hand grenades. We always had to take a mask, a gas mask with us. And then we had, after the second insertion of the Air Force sensors, we had a mission in the Ashall Valley, but it was on the east side of the Ashall. And Spider Parks at that time said, we're just going to do a practice mission. Our team's going to go in, another recon team's going to go in, we're going to do parallel movements, and if we make enemy contact, we're going to have TAC air stacked up, and we just want our team to get used to it, a new team. So we went out, made no contact, but the second night we were on the ground, we were in an area heavily infested with mosquitoes. And in the morning, because I had a night watch up till about midnight or 1 o'clock, but I fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, mosquitoes had bitten my face so much I could barely open my eyes. I poured water on them and everything else just to get my face like all puff face from those damn mosquitoes. I've never seen anything like it. But the other team was so good, they ambushed a Pathet Lao ambush that was set up for them. And the Pathet Lao was the Laotian version of the Viet Cong, but they weren't as good as the Viet Cong. And we didn't come into contact with them too often, but this other team ambushed them. So we got pulled out, and Spider got promoted to Covey Rider. And a Covey was our forward air controller, and Covey was the code name for our fax. So it was an Air Force 02 at that time, a Cessna push-pull, engine in the front, engine in the back, and a Spider would be the Covey Rider. And the way that was designed was he always had a Covey Rider who had experience on the ground, so that when a team made enemy contact, the Covey Rider could fill in the pilot as well as the team on the ground and talk to them through experience. And so one of our greatest learning centers for us was in the clubhouse. All the guys that would come back from a mission, they would talk to us. And there's a few senior NCOs like Spider Parks, Pat Watkins, John McGovern. They would all answer any questions we had. And when a recon team would come back from a mission, we would definitely talk to them if they would talk to us. And that's how I got to know John Walton. John was an SF medic, and he was just an outstanding guy. And we met. It's one of those deals where, what does your dad do? Well, my dad's a milkman back in Trenton, New Jersey. What does your dad do? He's got a 5 and dime store. He's running with his brother up in Bentonville, Arkansas. So what the hell's Bentonville? And we teased him more and more about Bentonville than we should have. But John was a good sport about it. So I got to know John, and he had run a mission where they were TDY down in Cambodia. They got put into a target. And it's supposed to be a 2-day mission, but it stretched out to 5. They ran out of water, ran out of food, and he came back. They were in a really nasty jungle, some kind of growth, but his arms came back all cut up. His pants and everything were torn to shreds from the thorns and stuff, and they made contact. And what I remember most was John talked about it. He talked about every little thing. And that's when we began to talk. We bonded our friendship all. We played poker together a lot. John was a phenomenal poker player. And so that relationship grew with him and the other guys. Whenever a team came back after a mission, if they would talk about it, we'd talk about it to see if we could learn anything off of it. So I went through those 3 missions.
Why wouldn't they talk about it?
Well, some guys were just, we had one team that came in, they had an inexperienced radio operator that called in a gun run on his own team. Killed 2, wounded a couple others. And sometimes things like that you just don't want to talk about.
Gotcha.
So we had August the 3rd, 1968, John Walton's team, which was Spike Team Louisiana. They were into a target on the ground a couple hours. They got overrun by the NVA. And in between times, there was one time where John was sitting there, and to his left was an indigenous soldier, one of the South Vietnamese. John was left-handed, so his car 15 was pointed this direction, and he heard a noise. He looked over his shoulder, and there was an NVA that popped up out of the jungle with a big Cheshire grin on his face. He stood up with his AK, and John saw him. He's coming around. This guy opened fire with his AK, put 4 rounds into the South Vietnamese, and was shooting at John, but John killed him, blew him back into the jungle. So John began to do first aid, patch up the South Vietnamese. This thing went on. They got overrun a second time. And on the last time they were getting overrun, the team leader called in a gun run on the team itself. And the A1 Sky Raider made a 20 millimeter gun run across the team. The rounds killed one of the South Vietnamese team members. And the second was Tom Cunningham, who was the radio operator. He came into camp on Sunday or Monday. This was Saturday, August the 3rd, 68. And the gun run, 120 mic round, hit his radio, his Prick 25, PRC 25 FM radio. The shrapnel exploded, wounding the team leader. The second round hit his leg and took off his leg, and he was flying through the air. He had an out-of-body experience, seeing himself flying through the air with his leg dangling by sinew. And he landed, he called his name out, and then he returned to his body. And within seconds, John was there, began to patch him up. He passed up the team leader who had been severely wounded also. And they called in airstrikes. First helicopter comes in, Captain 10, who was the same captain that we talked about a little earlier. 10 comes in, picks up Pete Boggs, Tom Cunningham, and the South Vietnamese who's wounded. The team member who was dead, they left him at the LZ. Because it's August, they're in high Laotian mountains. He could only take 3. So he took off. Second King Bee came in and got shot out. The third King Bee attempted to come in and got shot out. Well, Captain Tin heard this. He turned around and came back and landed and picked up John, who was on the ground with the South Vietnamese. And he could see the NVA coming up there. They're going, shooting in with their M79, Car 15s. And John told the Cubby Rider, if you don't get us now, we're dead. Captain 10 comes in. Now the H-34 is too heavy to take off. He had the struts on the side, so the wheels. He lifted it up, gets running downhill, all while under enemy fire. Had enough lift just to get over the treetops, but not enough transitional lift to leave. He dips down into the valley, did 2 or 3 laps in the valley, get up speed, all while under enemy fire, then takes off and comes back to the base. They went right to the medical center. And even there, when they go into the medical center, John goes in, they roll in. Pete Boggs was the team leader. They roll Tom in, and they put the third stretcher. John puts the indig on the stretcher. They're going in. They go, no, we don't do South Vietnamese here, because it was an American facility. John turned his car 15 and said, you will do it or you'll die right here. So they let him in. So they heard about this exchange, and they went to give Tom an intravenous because he lost so much blood. And because of all the commotion with John, they made a scene there, obviously. And the doctor was so upset he couldn't do it. So John went over, did the cut down, and put it in Tom's intravenous to keep him alive.
The only mattress I have in my house right now for my family is Helix. If I want to sleep without interruption and without tossing and turning, I can always count on my award-winning mattress from Helix. They have an option for all types of sleepers, like if you're dealing with minor pains, sleep apnea, or if you sleep too hot. To get started, visit helixsleep.com/SRS. They can recommend which mattress will work best for you. You can tell they put their customers first. They helped me find the perfect mattress, and they'll help you too. I know I feel well rested every morning after sleeping on my Helix mattress, and it helps give me extra strength to get me through long, busy days. It's definitely a major upgrade from my old mattress. And right now for my listeners, they're offering 20% off site-wide if you go to helixsleep.com/SRS. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide. helixsleep.com/SRS. When your metabolism is working properly, you can feel it in every part of your life. More energy, improved sleep, it's connected. That's why I started using Lumen, a powerful tool that helps me see real-time insights into my metabolism. Lumen is one of the world's first handheld metabolic coaches. You just breathe into it, and it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs. Then, the Lumen app gives you a personalized nutrition plan to help optimize your workouts and even manage stress. It's best to check it first thing in the morning. It's like a status report for my metabolism. Plus, you can test before and after meals or workouts to see what Lumen says about how your body responds in real time. Take the next step to help improve your wellness. Go to lumen.me/SRS for 20% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/SRS for 20% off your purchase. Thanks to Lumen for sponsoring this episode. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Lumen is not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease. Well, let's talk about your first firefight.
Well, yeah, because so these are the guys we talked to. I talked to John that day. And just as a small footnote, he's left-handed. He's dealing poker that night. So we're dealing the cards. I go, hey, John, what's this thing across the top of your wrist? Oh, I hadn't seen that. He says, it must have been from that NVA that shot my teammate there. So when he was pulling his gun up, his car 15, the round went across and took 3 layers of skin off.
Wow.
Yeah, you talk about divine intervention. So we get to October. Spider Parks is flying covey. Don Wolken is now the team leader. I'm the assistant team leader. And we had Jim Davison that came on the team. We were assigned a mission for October 6th. And for October 5th, just a quick footnote, because this is one of our most historic SOG missions. We had a 9-man recon team that went into the Ashaw Valley, and they ran into 10,000 NVA. And we lost 3 men that day. And the NVA lost 90% casualties that day. They had a 10,000-man NVA division. The reason why we know that, Len Black, who was on the team, had a tour of duty previous with the 173rd. He took over the team because the team leader, the point man were killed. The team leader was inexperienced. He walked the team into an L-shaped ambush with 50 men One of the men up there was a colonel, an NVA colonel. Well, that colonel called Lynn Black 20-some years later because the government had gone back to try to find the team leader's body. And Lynn had worked with the government, gave map coordinates, things like this. Well, Lynn gets a phone call. And this guy's he was a colonel in 68, but now he's a big general up in North Vietnam. He says, I was the commander that ambushed your team that day. So they talked back and forth. And then at the end of it, Lynn goes, we had a bad day. We lost 3 men. So we noticed from the colonel, he, of course, then a general, he says, we had a bad day too. Between your recon team, TAC Air, helicopter gunships, you inflicted 90% casualties on our 10,000-man division.
Wow. Wow.
Now, that's October 5th. During the right around noontime, they talked about putting a bright light in. And a bright light would be a team that would go in to get down pilots, or in a case like this, where a team is under heavy contact or if they got wounded, the bright light would go in to help relieve them and help get them out. So we were given bright light duty for that. But Lynn Black said, no, we got too much here. There's too much anti-aircraft fire. We don't want to risk bringing another helicopter in. So we canceled the bright light. The next day, we launched for the target. And that is the photograph on the front of Across the Fence, where we took pictures, and we never did it again because if you look closely at the picture, Hep and Sal are really unhappy. They didn't want to take pictures. They were superstitious. But 6-man team, we got up early, launched into a target, Echo 4. We had 2 King Bees for the insertion. So Don was the team lead. He jumped out first, and the helicopter came in with the right wheel and the right door facing a bomb crater. And there was elephant grass on the bomb crater. And the helicopter, because of the time of day, was warm. It was kind of moving up and down. It couldn't come to a complete hover or stable hover because the other wheel was dangling off the side. So Don jumped out and disappeared. And the helicopter moved over. I waited a little bit, and I thought it was close to the bomb crater. So I jumped out, missed the bomb crater because I was carrying so much weight. I rolled down the hill, and then Don had rolled down the hill. And then Fook, who was our point man, he jumped out and landed on the bomb crater. So the second helicopter came in, all the guys got out, but Don and I had to crawl back up the hill, up that bomb crater, to get to the damn team. And by the time we got up there, I was sweaty. I was ready to go back. I was ready to get back. I was tired, but we moved for a couple of hours. And then once we moved, in triple canopy, we moved for 10 minutes, stopped for 10 minutes just to listen. Because the jungle had its own vibration of life. And when we stopped moving, eventually we come back. And you hear the birds, the crickets, the insects, and all this kind of stuff. And the thought was, if you stop for 10 minutes and that doesn't come back, you've got company.
How did you learn that?
Just from our little people. That's part of our training. We talked about it all the time. So we moved 10 and 10 through the jungle. And we've been in maybe 2.5 hours. And all of a sudden, there is this ruckus coming towards us in the jungle. And it just sounds like, what the hell? Is it the NVA? So we hear the noise. Fook's the point man. He pulls over. Don gets behind him. I'm behind. And we got the car 15s out, getting ready to pull the pins off the hand grenade, you know. You know how the pins go through. Get it ready so you can pull it quickly. And we get online. Here they come. We got overrun by monkeys.
By monkeys?
Monkeys. What do you call a flock of monkeys? A herd of monkeys? Let's call it for this purpose. A flock of monkeys overran. They had to be commie monkeys. But they overran us. And we were sitting there going, oh, Jesus. So we put the pins back in and get everything back, get back online.
How many monkeys were there?
A lot. We didn't take time to count. We were just so happy to see monkeys and not NVA soldiers charging at us with AKs. So we moved maybe another hour or so. got hit by bees. Foot got stung. Don got stung really bad. So we had to stop putting mud on the bee wounds. And we moved for the rest of the day. By around about 4 o'clock or so, we began to hear trackers shooting. And the NVA, when they knew a team was in the area, they would have code back and forth with weapons. Of course, they had radios of some sort, I assume. And we heard them begin to shoot. Sometimes we could never quite tell if they were trying to direct us into a way to go. But our mission was initially a area recon, just to find out what was going on. But they told us that there was an American POW camp that was in that target box. So Don was like, that's my priority mission. If we can get to that American POW camp, that is what we have to go for. So in our minds, that's what we're going towards. We moved up until last light. We get in and set up an RON, a rest overnight slot. And right before final dusk, at the last 5 or 10 minutes, there's a gunshot from one of those trackers who had come within 10 yards of us. And that was jarring. They fired that shot off to have them that close. So we set up the RON, we put out claymore mines at night. And of course, with during the night, we would take turns rotating. And my tour duty was around 1 o'clock.
So within 10 yards, somebody's
10
shooting.
yards. Yeah. But again, the jungle's so thick, you couldn't see. I mean, with triple canopy, like I could see Don when he's in front of me, but I couldn't see the point man, who Don could see. And the person behind me could see me, and that was Hep, the interpreter, and Hep couldn't see Don. That's how thick that vegetation is when you're moving.
That's about the width of this room.
Yeah. Absolutely. We have our 6 men in this area and not able to see each other.
Wow.
Sure. So
you guys only moved during the daytime.
Oh yeah, we would have killed for some of your nogs. And so we set up the RON. I was up at 1 o'clock and I heard something move. I could have sworn it moved, and it finally got in front of one of our claymores. I couldn't tell if it was a tiger or if it was the tracker. I wasn't sure. I told Don, I said, look, I've been listening to this thing. It's in front of the claymore. And of course, what we had been told was the NVA, if they had a chance, they would get a claymore and turn it around. So if you fired it off, it would come back and you get the whole blast of the ball bearings in the claymore mine. So they
were that good.
Oh yeah. They had done it before. We had teams they had done that too. So I told Don, I said, I think I got an NVA in front of the claymore. Is there something out there? I want to blow it. And he said, no. I said, I thought he said, go. So I clacked that. I get that old MK-57 and clack that claymore. It goes off. It was quiet for the rest of the night, but Don was pissed. Sal was really pissed with me for firing that thing off. So first light, we moved out. We moved, again, 10 and 10 throughout the day. Around about 12:30, 1 o'clock, we were trying to get up this one mountain to go down. And the jungle was so rugged with the rock formation and everything and the growth. There's like a little goat trail that kind of started down here and went up. And so we got out in the goat trail.
How could you guys, how do you navigate and shit that thick?
Our little people were so good. Don was good with a compass, and we just, Sal and Fook. Fook was our point man for that mission, and then Sal had trained him up. So we told them where we're going, and they knew. They worked it. Of course, on that mission, Don was doing all the coordination between the point man and talking to Hep for anything further.
So looking for a POW camp
yeah,
within a target square, how big is a target square?
6x6 box, 6 click by 6 click.
So how would you look for, what was the method to find a POW?
In this case, we knew we had to move away from the LZ and go to a general area that the intel reports were approximate where it was. So we were en route to that. We had been in the jungle moving. It got so rough We found this little goat trail. So normally we just stayed away from trails, but on this day, we went out, and by now, I was the fifth man in the formation. Sal was the tail gunner. I'm fifth man, Hep, and then Don, and then Fook running point, and Robinson, our sixth man, was between us. And so we're going up this trail, maybe for, must have been like a half hour or so. We really had done some extensive climbing. It's pretty steep. At one point, when you get near the top, when you start to turn, Sal is back there. Just he goes, he makes this really loud hissing sound. I turn around, and he's looking backwards, and he's pointing down the hill where we had come. There were two NVA, tall NVAs with pith helmets, AK-47s at port arms, standing there in black. And they looked tall. They may have even been Chinese. So I told Sal, I'm going to get the M79 and put around on those assholes. He said, no, tell Wolken. So I told Don. At that point, he took us straight up the hill, got to the top of a little knoll. We got up there about 2 o'clock or so. We set up a defensive perimeter up there. He says, get on the line, call TAC Air. We're going to be in a prairie fire emergency. So I get on the radio, make a couple calls, no response. And we were on the perimeter. We had a little break. I get a can of apricots out. I could use a break. So I'm opening my apricots. Fook, Hep, and Sal opened fire. And then Davison opened fire. And it's like, do mammy. And up the hill, we're coming NVA. And Sal had heard them first and blew them back down the mountain. So I spilled my apricot nectar, put the can down, get into the firefight. And the firefight went on. They kept coming back at us time after time up that little mountain, up the hill. But the hill was small enough that there could only be so many people. And some guys came up from the side and some came up from the left side. But the vegetation was rough. We're on top of that hill. Sal could tell them when they were coming, and Fook could hear them. And this went on. So now I'm on the radio. We have a prairie fire emergency. So when the team is on the ground, and when we're in Laos, not in Cambodia, but in Laos, if you call it a prairie fire emergency, any and all TAC Air that was within any distance would be diverted from their targets to come cover us. And of course, that would include the A-1 Sky Raiders, the old Korean War planes, but those are the ones we love the best. They could stay on station the longest with the most ordnance. They could carry the same amount of weight that a B-17 carried in World War II. So, but this was a single engine, huge engine, and most of them were single pilots. The A-1E was a two-face with a pilot and a co-pilot. But they didn't use those too much for SOG missions because they just needed as much orders as we could get. And nobody answered the radio. This firefight went on for well over 2 hours. Finally, I forget, we made contact with somebody. It may have been a Phantom jet. He gets a hold of Spider. Spider Parks comes over. We were close to the hill there. It was a little bit more open area. I was able to get the mirror flash it in so Spider could locate exactly where we were. And then within a short while, we had TAC Air. And
how close were these guys getting?
Well, if we were like here, the jungle would be that wall, and they would be coming out of that wall.
Holy shit. So we're talking 5-6 yards.
At the most. And again, it's so weird because the jungle was so thick, because they could see what they're coming towards us. If they're coming up the hill, they would be firing at us. And then we would see the gunfire or their feet or something from their bodies first. We would never even see their face of them. But they kept coming. And at one point, and I forget if it was before or after we reached Spider for the TAC Air, but Don Wolken came over to me because sometimes there'd be like a little break. And he goes, look at what they're doing. I couldn't tell. He says, no, look. He says, you see the bodies? They started stacking up the dead bodies at the top of that hill because they wanted to get the bodies stacked up so they could climb up on the bodies so they could shoot down at us.
So they were using the bodies as a barricade.
Yeah. And to climb up on it because they knew that we had the advantage on the height. And they wanted to get the dead bodies so they could shoot down at us. And they stacked them up. We stacked them up.
You guys stacked them up.
Well, we killed them, then they stacked the bodies. And it was like, that stuck with me. Because at the NVA, after you kill them, and they put their dead bodies there to climb up to kill us, that tells you about the dedication of these guys. So at some point, I'm firing into the next batch of NVA coming at us, and Fook opened fire. And I thought he was shooting over my shoulder. So my ear was shattered. I just couldn't hear for shit. And I didn't say anything because we were just so busy fighting. So the next day when we debrief in the hooch, we all came back. After a mission, we'd always talk about it with the entire team, with Spider and the HEP. At the end of it, I turned to Fook. I said, Fook, why were you shooting over my shoulder? He goes, dumbass, there were 3 NVA that were crawling up the hill. They were aiming at you. I killed them before they killed you. And so I was so focused here, and thank God Fook saw them there. And so we went on. That was the first time.
How did that end?
Well, we finally had TAC Air. And the first run we had was an A1 Sky Raider, a napalm run specific. I'll never forget it. And Spider got low on fuel. He connected me with the Sky Raider pilot. So he knew where we were. We popped smoke. He came in and said, we're going to do a napalm run. And I told him, bring as close as you can, because they kept coming at us. And he says, now, y'all put your head down. It's crispy critter time. He came in with that napalm run. It's the first time I ever smelled human flesh burn. He was that close. Just takes your air away. Came back with gun runs. They did CBU runs, cluster bomb units. And then the judge and the executioner showed up, and there were gunships attached to from the Marical Division, the 176th, and the muskets. And they had boarded with us at FOB1. So we knew them by name, and they did amazing gun runs on all 3 sides because they were coming at us from the front and on the sides. And at one point, they were crawling up the hill. I was on the radio with Spider. And you could just see this guy crawling up the hill. So I'm talking to Spider quietly, and then the guy stuck his head up and just fired 1 round, but I forgot to let go of the radio. And the shot hurt his ears, but he could tell that we had been in this contact for so long. So finally, he sees an LZ that we couldn't tell, but it was elephant grass. And the elephant grass is 8 to 12 feet tall. And it was right behind us where we had no or only minimal enemy contact. And he says, you just go past that, there's the elephant grass. And it was maybe, again, 10 or 12 yards at the most. But it was that thick stuff. So we're pushing through it, but it's so hard to get through it. I fell down, then Wolken walked across my back. All the guys walked on my back. Wolken fell down. We stood at his back. Meanwhile, I'm directing gun runs with the helicopter, and a King Bee that came in on that coin that we showed you earlier, Captain Tin from the South Vietnamese Air Force, the 219 Squadron, came in and hovered in that elephant grass because he couldn't land. There were small trees there. Had he landed, the blades would have just destroyed the helicopter. But he hovered for 10 minutes. So we struggled to get through this elephant grass in between shooting at the NVA, directing gun runs, and we finally get to the King Bee. And at one point, the gun runs came by so close. It was the first time I had shell casings go down the back of my neck from the judge and the executioner. And But it's like, oh shit, but that's like, oh, that's cool, thank you. Because they were that close shooting the NVA coming at us. And Captain Tin hung up there. Don and I threw all the guys in. Don grabbed my shirt and his hand slipped. And by now my adrenaline's pumping. I grabbed him and threw him up, all 220 pounds, up into the King Bee. And then he reached down and grabbed me, pulled me in, and we left. So I'm down on my last magazine, last hand grenade. And as we pulled out, it's almost dark. And it was just the weirdest thing, because as we're leaving, you look back at the jungle, this rich, dark green, emerald green. Here's all these little sparkling lights from AK-47s and green tracers coming up at our King Bee. So for me, that's my first major firefight.
Holy shit.
And only by the grace of the Lord did we get out of there. And thanks to Captain Tin. This is another significant moment for me. We're in the helicopter now. We lift up. We're finally past all that. We fired off our last bullets, the last grenade. We're flying back. This beautiful sunset. Most beautiful sunset I've ever seen in my life, because we're like alive, And so I look over at Sal, and Sal goes, he gave me a nod. When Spider introduced me to Spike Team Idaho, Sal turned to Hep. He goes, he's too tall, his feet are too big, and he looks stupid. But on that day, October 7th, 1968, he gave me a nod. It's like, you done good. And to me, I'll never forget that moment. Because by that point, we were on a team. We were tight. Sal saved us on the ground. I did all the airstrikes. Get back to Fubai. Captain Tin, you saved our ass. Come on, let me buy you a drink. No, my wife is holding dinner for me at home. I want to see my children. So 2 days later, he comes back. He goes, we had 48 bullet holes in that helicopter. Well, needless to say, whenever the King Bee pilots came, they never purchased any drinks. Not in our club. And so Captain Tin saved John Walton on August 3rd. That was our day.
Wow.
He came back, he and those guys later on, several missions, they just under enemy fire. And there was at least that day, there's at least one other day where we had been in a firefight.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
So you guys come back.
Yeah. Oh, there's a floor show on.
A what?
A floor show. There was some kind of a floor show, like an Australian floor show in the club. Normally, when a team would come back after a firefight, like what we had been through, there'd be guys out there with beer, there'd be a truck and everything. And but this night, there was just one guy with a truck, no beer, and we took us back. And because I was the radio operator, Don went in to report to S3 or to S2, give them the intel briefing. I got the team, gave them the food and stuff, and there was a floor show, so nobody came out. And so I go into the club. There's John Walton. John's there, and we're talking back and forth. And so John goes, "Hey, did you kill anybody today?" Yeah. So, for the first time I can tell you I killed a man. Don't feel good about it, but, that's war. Because that guy stuck his head up and I hit him. And it sticks with you, Spider Parks came over and said, you had that firefight, you hurt my ear. He said, but you did the right thing. Because if you didn't kill him, think about what he could have done to the team. So that was my welcome, That's the real war right there, man. And they were serious. And we never forgot that moment. With them stacking up the bodies of their comrades so they could kill us. And we're just lucky to get out of there. Captain Tin. He's still alive today out there down in Carlsbad, California. He's down there with his son. Every once in a while we talk to him to try to give a little call. Stay in touch.
So when that guy stuck his head up, What went through your head that exact moment?
Oh, he's a bad guy. He's got to go. Didn't even none of this thinking about it. There are other times we were in firefights. I can remember my third grade teacher, Sunday school teacher, Myrtle Reichert. She said, "Thou shalt not kill." I heard her voice more than once saying, "Thou shalt not kill." But I said, "Sorry, Myrtle. This is us or them. We're at war right now." I'm sure the Lord understands that. Besides, we're killing communists. My favorite kind of communist is dead. And so I really didn't think about it. Now, I talked about it with John. It really hit home. And then Spider afterwards came by and talked to me and says, "Remember, in the future, don't let that radio go when you're shooting, because you hurt our ears up there in the plane." And then we had the team meeting the next day when Fuck told me that. And learned lessons learned, what we could do better. And then with that, Don got promoted to a Cubby rider.
How many enemy combatants do you guys think he killed that day?
I have no idea. Because of the limited frontage and the fact that once it came up from the sides, I know Fuck had killed some more that came up. And from the ones in front, I mean, to have enough to stack up bodies that were, as I looked at it, looked like they had to be at least a foot off the ground, maybe more, from the dead bodies that they're stacking. And they were stacking them down the hill. So they wanted to get up on that stack to shoot at us. So we never counted. And the majority of them were just in the front of that jungle edge and into the jungle that went right down the hill, because they had to get up that hill to get to us.
So probably 2-3 bodies high.
Yeah. Yeah. So we never knew how many or how many were wounded. We had cases, other teams, when they would kill the NVA and they'd go over the area and there'd be no bodies, but you see the blood trails where the NVA would pull their dead out. They were hardcore. And by 1968, the NVA had 25,000 troops that were in Laos, at least. And they had developed hunter-killer SOG teams. These teams were designed to hunt our SOG teams and make contact, and they would be sappers. They only wore a loincloth, maybe some sandals, and they would carry an AK and a magazine. And they would come in, or a hand grenade, and they would come in just to kill the Americans, leave the indigenous alive, just for psyops. And the sappers, in August 23rd of 68, the sappers had hit our base camp at Da Nang, and they had prepared for it for over a year, and they killed 16 Green Berets in one day, and FOB-4. And that was the most serious casualties in SF Special Forces history, was that day at Da Nang. And I wasn't there for that. I was up at FOB-1, heard about it. And we sent down a relief force that went down and relieved the camp and helped them clean it up, get the dead bodies and stuff. But I missed all that because we were getting ready for our insertion the next day on the sensors. We were doing mission prep on that with the team.
How quick after that first firefight was the next mission?
Well, Don got promoted, and a couple days after the mission, Jim came up to me. And Jim was, he was outstanding on that day, on that hill. He was there, rock solid. He said, "Tilt," he says, "I spent a year with the 173rd in combat. I ain't never seen no shit like this. Never. I can't do it, brother. I don't want you to feel like I'm letting you down." I said, No. So I'm glad you told me, because that day you were there with me, our team, and you were part of us against them. And you can always tell your grandchildren that you and me and Don and the team, we stood up against the communists, and you were an outstanding soldier. I'll be forever in your debt for that. And so you just tell me what you want to do, and thank you for being honest. So I went to the sergeant major. We got him a new assignment. And then he left a couple of weeks later, but he never said goodbye. And but he did well that day, and it was not an issue. So then I had to get a new assistant team member. And a couple of days later, Bubba Shore and the Frenchman, Doug, the Frenchman Letourneau arrived at FOB1. And these new guys just gone through training group. They came up to the base, and John McGovern, somehow he had heard about the Frenchman, and he liked the Frenchman. So he told the Frenchman, we got to get you on Spike Team Virginia. And so Doug went to Spike Team Virginia, and we heard about John Bubba Shore. And so we recruited John. He came over, trained him up, and by the end of the month, we ran a couple of general missions. And then November, we just had balls to the walls. And we got several different missions out of there that were just amazing. And it was just Bub and I. And by that time, I so respected the Vietnamese on our team. I didn't want a third American because our little people were so good in the jungle. They always ran point. We usually had them on the tail gunner position. And so that's where we started up.
How did you feel when you got the nod?
Oh, I carry that with me today. Just Sal gave me that nod. I was just like, oh my God. I was officially nod of approval. It took a while, from from June or the end of May there till October the 7th, 1968 AD. But it was well worth the wait. And we always got along. But that was the official, okay, you're a part of the team, you done good. And we all knew about Sal because he and Hep, by 68, they'd been running for over 2.5 years, missions across the fence.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I know. Tuan had been running for a couple of years. He was our grenadier. He could put a 40 millimeter grenade up a gnat's ass at 500 yards. I mean, he was so good with that thing. Just phenomenal firepower. And good people. So Bub and I, we had in early November, not one of my finer moments, but we had trouble finding LZs. So somebody came up with the bright idea of, let's get a daisy cutter. Look for a swath of jungle where there's no trails, no roads visible from the air. We'll drop a daisy cutter in it. It'll knock down all the trees. And then the team can land or rappel in. They get on the ground and then do an area recon right there. Okay? So that's us. So the first day, I forget what the aircraft was that carried a 2,000 pounder, but it had a daisy cutter. So I'm the team leader. I'm on the King Bee, has 2 steps into the King Bee. And I'm stepping out. And the bomb goes off. We can see the bomb, and the King Bee's following in right behind it. The dust is settling, and the King Bee couldn't land. So he hovered. I rappelled down. Halfway down the rope, I could hear somebody yelling across that area where, again, there's still dust in the air, but nobody's shooting at me. So I'm going down the rope, and I hear another voice. So there's one up to where I'm facing and one back here in the area where we just blew up a bomb. So I land and I give Henry King, who was a strap hanger with us that day, I gave him the sign, no, mission's canceled. I get on the radio, I tell Cubby, we're compromised, there's people here. Because when you're compromised, why go on with the mission? Our job is to go in and snoop and poop. So the mission's canceled. I unhook, the King Bee takes off. And I'm on the ground for a while, and I can hear more people coming back and forth. And finally, I see an NVA come down, open fire on him. Don't have it anymore with him, but they're talking back and forth. I can't tell what they're saying because I just grew up in Trenton. My foreign language is English, let alone Laotian or whatever we're speaking. So finally, the King Bee comes back. Captain Tuong is flying. Drop the rope down. I hook in, and we had a Swiss seat. and it's a rope Swiss seat. You tie it in, tie it off on the side, and then you have a D-ring, and then the Swiss seat comes down with a sandbag and a D-ring on it. You hook the D-ring in, you get pulled up, and then you have a D-ring on your shoulder harness that you're supposed to hook into. So if you get shot, your body remains in the seat and on the rope. Well, as Captain Tuong begins to lift off, I gave him the sign, he lifts off, I could see the NVA again. So I shoot another NVA soldier. As we're coming up the rope, somebody else is shooting at the helicopter now. So I turn around and shoot where the gunshots are coming from, but I don't see any people. I just see the gunshots. I turn around, fire an M79 round at them. Now we're getting lifted up. Captain Tuong hears the gunfire. I'm not out of the jungle yet. So he pulls me through the jungle. So now it's like we're playing pinball, but I'm the pinball here. And we're ricocheting off the trees. I had not hooked up my D-ring yet. So I ricochet a few times, and I get bounced back and forth, and both of my arms are cut up from the rope as we were getting bounced around. Finally, we come out of the jungle, and he lifts up further, and we're going back to South Vietnam. And I tried to get the D-ring harness. I couldn't get it hooked because of the wind. Whatever we're flying, 90 miles an hour, whatever the speed is, we're going, and I point up to King and go, let's go down, And so I can see him, but he's like 150 feet away. I'm down there dangling, and I'm rotating my arms because my arms have been really cut up here. And as I went to rotate, it hit a packet of air or something and flipped me upside down. And as I'm upside down, now I look up one more time. I go to King like this. My web gear and my backpack all comes back on my neck. And I got my legs spread. The Swiss seat is down to my knees.
Shit.
Oh, yeah. And so I could feel this choking off. I'm trying to pull the web gear and the backpack. It's all on my neck. I can't get it off. And it's like, this is not good. So finally, we get another air pocket, and the rope goes down to my feet. And I'm hanging by my feet. The Swiss seat is on my feet. I'm choking out now. And I'm just like a New York City hooker with my legs spread there, just trying to keep that rope on my feet. And my life flashes before my eyes, right before I'm ready. I know I'm going to pass out. I've passed out once before in my life. I knew what that feeling was. So I'm getting ready to pass out. Bing, there's the front page of the newspaper back in Trenton. I'm really pissed because the front page of the Trenton Times has my death in South Vietnam. A, it's a lie. I died in Laos. B, it's below the fold. By 1968, our guys had been dying. It's such common news that we didn't rate above the fold on page A1 of the Trenton Times. I saw my girlfriend from kindergarten, the girl who broke my heart when she moved to California, Dolores. Saw my car, a couple other things, my dad's milk truck, and I passed out. What I didn't realize was Captain Tuong had been descending. And when I passed out, it was right over a patch of elephant grass. So I fell maybe 12, 15 feet at the most and was unconscious. Henry King jumped out, took off my web gear, pulled the stuff off my neck, picked me up, threw me in the King Bee. And it was one of those moments where as I hit the floor, I was like, oh, God, that hurts, but, oh, I'm happy. That's happy pain. I'm alive. And all my web gear, my Car 15, my sawed-off M79 with a stylized holster, and my SOG knife. They're all still there in Laos. But we got out, flew back, went to S4, went to S3 first, gave them a quick briefing, and we had to get new gear, geared up. The next day we were back for another mission.
Damn.
Oh yeah. And the other sidebar to that, the day before that I repelled in, they did the daisy cutter and the daisy cutter exploded. And as the helicopter began to descend, we had secondary explosions. They had over a dozen secondary explosions. So here we were with the best intel available at the time, figuring this is a chunk of jungle where there's nothing there. We just repel in, do an area recon. We blew up one of Ho Chi Minh's caches.
Wow.
And to this day, Ho Chi Minh is trying to figure out how we figured that out by mistake.
Damn.
Just another day in SOG. Oh, yeah. Just crazy.
John, let's take a quick break.
Sure.
Then we'll just pick up right where we left off.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
I know everybody out there has to be just as frustrated as I am when it comes to the BS and the rhetoric that the mainstream media continuously tries to force feed us. And I also know how frustrating it can be to try to find some type of a reliable news source. It's getting really hard to find the truth and what's going on in the country and in the world. And so one thing we've done here at Shawn Ryan Show is we are developing our newsletter. And the first contributor to the newsletter that we have is a woman, former CIA targeter. Some of you may know her as Sarah Adams, call sign Superbad. She's made 2 different appearances here on the Shawn Ryan Show. And some of the stuff that she has uncovered and broke on this show is just absolutely mind-blowing. And so I've asked her if she would contribute to the newsletter and give us a weekly intelligence brief. So it's going to be all things terrorists, how terrorists are coming up through the southern border, how they're entering the country, how they're traveling, what these different terrorist organizations throughout the world are up to. And here's the best part, the newsletter is actually free. We're not going to spam you. It's about 1 newsletter a week, maybe 2 if we release 2 shows. The only other thing that's going to be in there besides the intel brief is if we have a new product or something like that. But, like I said, it's a free CIA intelligence brief. Sign up. Links in the description or in the comments. We'll see you in the newsletter. Join me and my special guest for the next behind-the-scenes experience exclusively available on Vigilance Elite Patreon. The behind-the-scenes footage is raw and uncut. This is as close to the set as you can possibly get. You can expect anything from off-topic conversations, studio tours, the final moments before the interview starts, and everything in between. The behind-the-scenes content is constantly evolving and will continue to bring you more as we grow. You can gain access for just $15 a month exclusively at Vigilance Elite Patreon. All right, John, we're back from the break.
Indeed. Thank you.
We're getting ready to hit November.
November 68.
November 68. First, though, where did the name Tilt come from?
You ever play pinballs?
Yeah.
See, when you play a pinball machine and you lose, you walk away pissed off. When I play a pinball machine and lose, I shake the shit out of it, see my name in neon, then I walk away.
Right on.
Indeed.
Let's get into November.
Yeah, November, that was one of our crucible months there. Bub and I, we teamed up. By that time, we were comfortable with each other and the little people. They really liked Bubba a lot. Good man. And so after that mission, we had a couple of days where in the morning we would fly into an LZ, primary, get shot out, secondary, get shot out, and then the alternate, again, get shot out, go back, have lunch. They wanted to get a team on the ground so bad that they would say, here's your new target. And then here's Cubby, go find him in LZ. Because before that, we were doing visual reconnaissance. We'd fly over the target area, pick out LZs, get familiar with it. But one of the issues, by that time, that we were dealing with was how much SOG was compromised. We knew that wherever we took off from, whether it was from FOB1 or whether it was, we had a launch site at Quang Tri. And then later we had FOB3, which was at Quezon. That was closed in June, but they moved the title to Mylock. and they were there until the end of November. They suspected that they had observers there. So whenever our helicopters would fly west from South Vietnam into Laos, that they would give a vector of where we were going. And we know that they had observers at the borders. So when we went across into Laos, we assumed that somebody would say, here comes the helicopter, there are this vector, boom. We never knew how much we were compromised. That's why it's going to be a next story in my fourth book that I write. This is just how much we were compromised. And during this time, Bub and I learned that one morning in the South Vietnamese Air Force, when they inserted a team, they didn't do a low nap the earth thing, because in Laos we had the mountains and everything. And they had what they called falling yellow leaf, where they would, because of the way the engine was designed, they could put it in neutral and they would spiral down. At the last second, they would engage, flare, land, bing, we're out the door. They'd take off, the second chopper would come in, the same thing. On this mission, we had gotten shot off an LZ. We're going to the secondary. We're going in. As we're doing this, just start to spiral, Fook or Sal, I forget which one, yelled to the door gunner and we aborted. I'm going like, Kumbiak, what happened? And they saw a wire. Somehow they saw a wire across the LZ. That wire was attached to a 500-pound bomb. Had we hit the wire, it would have triggered the bomb, which would have destroyed us and the helicopter.
Wow.
So we knew
They were able to see that coming in?
I know, not me. We're talking about my little people
shit.
here. Oh, they were phenomenal. It was like a miracle. It's just another day in SOG, but this is today's miracle. For us to get out of Echo 4, is, in my mind, to this day, is always a major miracle. But in that case, it was just unbelievable. So we go back. We had this. We finally had another mission. We're on the ground. We get shot out within a day. Leave with not too heavy contact.
What was that mission?
It was just an area recon. They put us in. We're on the ground. We had trackers early. And some guys would tend to elongate the mission. And I would try to push it as far as we could. But once I thought we were compromised, and then as Spider Park said, if you're compromised, they know where you are. It's just a question of time before they get enough people together to wipe your team out, like they did with Idaho in May. So I tended to be very conservative that way. We got out, no problem. So next day, another day, we go in, primary, secondary, alternate, lunch, primary, secondary, alternate. We finally, on the next day, we finally got inserted in the afternoon. And the weather was spotty. We get inserted, and we had Henry King with us, and he was carrying the experimental pump M79 just for extra firepower. We were going into the target, was Echo 8. It was a target that had a lot of enemy activity. We didn't know quite why. And we got in, and the LZ, the Laotians do slash and burn. So they would slash an area, cut down all the vegetation, grow crops until the soil got depleted, then they would burn it out. Well, we had an area where we landed. I put the team on the ground. We went up this mountain, and then instead of doing the 10 and 10, I just wanted to do something different. And we got on the ground. We moved for almost an hour. We finally came to a trail. The trail was big enough to drive a tank down it. And it was a kind of trail from the air, you couldn't see it because the NVA and their and the indigenous people they forced to work with them tied branches over so you would never see it from the air. So we get this big trail, we cross it, there's a telephone pole, Sal goes up, hooks up the wiretap. We set up an ambush, and our ambushes were designed where this is by Lynn Black, who specifically designed this, where we had a block of C4 so that 6 feet away from that block, any person would be knocked unconscious by the blast of the C4. Anything outside of that blast would be claymore mines that would kill everything else, both in front, excuse me, and in back of that person that was knocked unconscious. So we set up the ambush. Claymores are put out. Claymores for side security. Claymores in the back. Sal's running the wiretap. We're sitting there, and Bubba goes, "Hey, we can get us an R&R." Because they had the rule, if you capture a live POW, you got $100, and you got an R&R anywhere in the world.
$100.
Yeah. Big. It's 1960. That's big money in 68, man.
Was it?
Well, to hear me tell it, that's still big money today for this peon. But anyways, so we're like, yeah, we're joking about it. Spider came out for a commo check. Now, we've been on the ground now for 3 or 4 hours. And he's flying Covey. And I give him the code, Spider code, whatever it was. We got a POW. We'll have one. We'll meet you at the LZ in 1 hour. He comes back and says, I'm at 10,000 feet. I can't see the mountain you're on, let alone an LZ. I'm telling you, whatever you're doing, stop, get to the top of the mountain, and wait till the weather blows over. The weather closed in. We're going to be socked in for 3 or 4 days. So don't make enemy contact. If you do, we can't come and get you. And there's no TAC air. Okay, so we pulled down the wiretap, pulled in the ambush. And as we're doing that, above us, we hear tanks up the mountain, literally a tank sounding and another truck starting up. And when we had we first got there, we set up the ambush, the NVA are walking up and down the road. Guys had their AKs on their shoulders. We saw a couple officers, but I wanted to get the clearance from Spider so if we could blow it to get a quality POW. Well, after Spider says, don't do it, we pulled everything in, and then we went to the left because we had come up the mountain. And we moved out, we crossed the trail, because the trail kind of bent up the mountain, and we crossed it again. And when we crossed it, we'd do one man at a time, person in the same footsteps going across, and the tail gunner comes by and cleans it up. We moved for a while, and it's getting dark now. And then we could hear dogs down by the LZ. So it's almost dark now. Sal climbs up the tree. I have Sal go look, see what we got coming at us. He comes back. His eyes are like saucers. He told Hep, Buku VC, and we could hear the dogs now. There's several dogs coming up that mountain. And he goes, there's Buku VC, and he says they're from here, meaning all this area is down the mountain from us, with Buku lights. And he could see some places where there's actually NVA behind the lights. So we don't know how many, but they're coming and coming hard. So we moved a little further. Right about dusk, we got into a stream. And we turned left and went up the stream for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. And I had the team go out a couple times to make false trails for the dogs. And then we put down black pepper and powdered mace. So if the dog hit it, it would fuck up their nose. So we went further for, like I said, it's dark. We're not used to moving at night, but I wanted to get as much distance between us and the dogs as possible. Sal agreed, because whenever I did anything like that, through Hep, I would talk with Sal, let Bubba and Henry King, who was strap hanging with us, let them know. On this mission, we had 8 men. So we finally come to an area in that stream bed. We climb up and we set up an RON with the 8 guys, and I'm facing the little stream bed or the creek, whatever it is, but there's water in it. So we hear more dogs. We can hear the noise down there. About midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 NVA walk past us in the stream or the creek. They go up for a while. Their lantern ran out of fuel. They turn around, they come back. Now I can hear them. I don't know if anybody else on the team could. Later on, a Fook told me he could hear him. But again, we're not talking because I'm facing that, and Fook was on my right, but he was facing another direction. But I could have touched him if I wanted to. So I'm pointing here. They walked past. They're right about here in front of me in that little creek. Hep coughed. They stopped. At that point, one of them turned around, and only when the wind blew, he would start crawling up the mountain towards me. When the wind blew, I could hear him move. When the wind blew, and I was sitting there like this, feet spread, car 15 on single shot. So I figured if it happens, it's going to be just one shot. So it's going to take. Because at that point, we're playing hide and go seek with the NVA Army there. They're trying to find us. Well, eventually he gets to me.
So they knew you guys were there.
Oh, yeah.
How did they know?
Helicopter. It's just so damn noisy.
Did you guys ever do false insertions?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did that. Fake insertions, sometimes do 2 or 3 touchdowns and then get out of the helicopter, the 3rd LZ. We did that. We did it in Cambodia as well as Laos. In Laos, it was a little harder because of the mountains, but it was a tactic. One thing we did. And plus, with the concern about being compromised, we would have a briefing and we put down primary, secondary, alternate LZ, send it to Saigon. Then when we had the actual pre-mission briefing with the helicopter pilots and Covey, we pull Covey aside and say, go find us another LZ and a secondary. Because we know we're just compromised. We don't want to take a chance on them waiting for us again with another 500-pound bomb. So that was one way to deal with it. So anyway, this guy comes up. He touched my boot. I could hear him catch his breath. I'm just waiting. If he had moved suddenly, he would have been dead. But he waited.
Touched your boot?
Yeah, my size 10. I was wearing a size 10 regular at the time. Touched my left foot. He touched it. I heard him catch his breath. If he moved suddenly, it would have been his last move. But he waited. I mean, he sat there for, well, by this time, you know how time extends itself. I mean, seconds turn into minutes and hours. But when the wind blew, he backed up. Wind blew again, he went down. Finally gets to his buddy, and both of them left. So this is all, it took a while. And I want to say it happened around maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I just forget. I mean, I had my Seiko watch on. I could see, look at what time it was after he left, but I just forget what time. At first light, we were up and out of there. And we moved up that mountain all day. And once or twice, our point man, who now was Son, and he had Sal right behind him, they encountered woodcutters. But none of the woodcutters had weapons, and they were indigenous people. And there was nobody there to make it appear as though they were affiliated with the NVA in any way. So we continued to move. And, we had gotten near the top. And at one point, we took a break. And I'm beat because we had moved all day. We just broke. Here we were doing 10 and 10 to really be cautious, but we're going up that mountain. And then we took a break for chow, but we continued to move as much as we could because we just wanted to get to the top of the mountain before dark, set up a strong RON at night with extra claymores. And I went to stand up and I fell down. I literally fell on my face. So I get up again, fall down again, I land on my face. And I'm lying there. It's like all I wanted to do was roll over and go to sleep. I was so tired and so beat. And after last night with because I didn't get much sleep that night. And, but I knew the whole team was looking at me. And I'm going like, you just got to get your weary ass up. So I finally got up. We got up to the top of the mountain, set up a nice RON. Sal's guys did wonderful work with the claymores. And that night, around about 1, 2 o'clock, and we always had commo checks. They had an airborne command and control ship that flew over Southeast Asia 24/7. And in our case, they would usually fly by around midnight, 1 o'clock. We'd do a commo check. And because the NVA had really extensive RDF, the radio direction of finding equipment, we would just do click, click with the handset. And then they would say, Roger, received. So they knew we were okay. If there was a situation, we had to report. But anyway, they did the midnight combo check. About an hour and a half, 2 hours later, Bubba wakes me up. He goes, you won't believe this shit. Look at the mountain. So like a couple mountains over, the whole mountainside lit up with bright lights. So we begin scanning on the dial. We get Russian. There's a Russian aircraft coming in for an aerial resupply in Laos to the NVA.
Wow.
So now I'm on the radio. I'm doing my ERC-10, my emergency radio frequency, which is like 243 ultra high. And we carried those if the other radios didn't work. And did the radio, all the different frequencies. I can't get anybody. It's like, where's the cop when you need one? But they came in, they did the resupply and left. And that was a weird night. So we were up there for 3 more days. Spider would come by with combo check, just let us know how high up he was, but no break in the weather during the day. And finally, the fourth night, we moved downhill. Say, you can move out now and try to continue with the mission. So we got down, halfway down the mountain, and we came to one of the weirdest things. It looked like Stonehenge. In the middle of Laos, here are these huge monoliths that looked like Stonehenge. They didn't have any across the top, but these big things that came out of the ground. So we set up our RON in the center of this, put out the Claymore mines, and set up the RON. It was a quiet night. And then in the morning, first light, we could hear dogs. And the dogs picked up our trail. You could just tell they're barking more excitedly. And so Spider came by. I told him that they were on us. Be a question of time before we made contact. And we moved out, and we moved to an open area where Spider said, go take this vector here. You've been on the ground for 5 days. We'll pull you out. And he came back 10 minutes later and said, well, we're going to be delayed. There's another team that declared a prairie fire emergency. So we had to wait. Well, they kept coming, and they went through that RON, and we had Bubba put down a Claymore mine, and then Sal put down a couple of toe poppers. So the Claymore was triggered. We knew they were pissed now, and then we heard at least 2 toe poppers go off. So during that time, they came out. Sal and Hep were in the back. They had a light contact. Then we got the word from Spider that the 101st Airborne was going to come in to pick us up. And that was the first time we'd had American slicks since the mission in National Valley, because we had always used the South Vietnamese, the King Bees. And at one point, the gunships came down. Scarface, Marine Corps Scarface, came in. They got shot to shit. They made a second run. They got shot up again. And we could see the enemy up the hill on the back side, and we went out with our M79s, and King had that pump. He went cha-chung, cha-chung, cha-chung. Me, Bubba, and Tuan also fired our M79s up that hill where the gunfire was coming from on the ships, on the airships. I slowed him down. 101st came in, and I told Bubba, you got to be the first man out there. You tell those young guys that are door gunners, we got South Vietnamese, don't kill my little people. So he did, because we had bad experiences with that, with young door gunners that shot up some of our little people by mistake without realizing. Because some of the guys just thought all South Vietnamese were NVA. So we got out, had a good extraction. That night back at the bar, we finally get back to the bar, and Scarface is there, and there's Lieutenant Colonel Robinson, who was the OIC. And he was like, pissed. He said, look, you see my helicopter? The plexiglass had been shot out, had bullet holes in it. And so he really said, you guys, every time we come out to get you, my helicopters get shot up. And now I want to be out there supporting you guys. So I buy him a few drinks. He get 3 or 4 drinks in him. And I went back to S2, gave a debrief, came back, and Colonel Robinson was still there, still bitching and moaning. I said, sir, does that mean you're not going to come next time? He said, no, I didn't say that. You call, we'll come. And they did. They got shot up really bad. And they were flying those old Hueys, Huey gunships, that when they had a full load of orders, they could barely get off the ground. Sometimes with the heat, the door gunners would get out and run alongside the helicopter where they started getting a little momentum going, and then they jump back in the helicopter. Just seeing those guys do that. So right after that, we were called into S3, and they said, we want to send you TDY to FOB6, which was down at Honuk-Tal. And at that time, there were 6 FOBs that were operating. FOB1 was Phu-Bai, 2 was Kon Tum, which was in 2 Corps, and they did targets in both Laos and Cambodia. FOB3 had been Khe Sanh, which when Khe Sanh was closed, the Marine Corps base was closed in 68 June, they transferred our FOB to My Loc. Excuse me, FOB4 was Da Nang, FOB5 was Bami Tuat, all targets for Cambodia. FOB6 was Honuk-Tal, was northwest of Saigon, and they were all Cambodian targets. They were low on operational teams, so we were sent down to TDY. So just Bub and I and the team went down, and we had been there a day, and the day before Thanksgiving, the OIC, Colonel Drake called us in and said, look, we got a mission tomorrow, and said S3 is going to brief you, but it's Thanksgiving Day, and if you guys pull this mission off, before you go into the target, we'll bring you a Thanksgiving dinner. Good to go, Colonel. We go in for the briefing, and the mission was to find one or any of the 3 missing NVA divisions. So this is November, near the end of November, like this is November 25th, 68. And we knew that they were missing, and the concern was because the Tet Offensive in early 68, that the NVA were winding up for another Tet Offensive in 69. And with 30,000 NVA missing in action, WTF times 2. So we're up late, and during that briefing, we got pictures from really high up about different areas. And the pictures were the first pictures taken by the Blackbirds, the 72s, the S-72s. And they were amazing. So we had all that, and we had the latest intel reports. So we were there with the colonel. We got to approximate a target area, and we were working with the Green Hornets, the Air Force Special Operations Squadron, and those guys were hot shit. They had the latest Huey, the latest weapons, and those Hueys were more powerful than anything we had seen with the Army. But the rules of engagement were different in Cambodia. No TAC air, no covey. Only thing that was up were helicopters. And the only support we had would be helicopter gunships, which would be 2.75 rockets or miniguns or M60s. And fortunately here, these guys were just hot shit pilots. So we did, went in the morning, we got up first light, we go to the launch site. Here comes a helicopter with Thanksgiving. So we sat down, had Thanksgiving, had our big meal, jumped on the helicopters, launched into the target. And we get in the target, we moved for a while, and we literally walked into an NVA base camp. And later what Sal figured, and Fook, they thought that one of the NVAs had just left because there were still fires burning, and one fire like had a pot still hanging over it. So one NVA division had just left, and another one was coming in. Well, when we were there, we went in, we started taking some pictures, and Sal gives me that sound, that hiss of his. And then he goes, Buku VC, and his eyes are like saucers. And he points up to the north, and off in the woods, now this is Cambodia, this is not Laos. Cambodia, the vegetation was different, maybe one canopy. And it was open. You could see for almost 100 yards some places, maybe a little bit longer. And off in the distance, we could see NVA soldiers with pith helmets, with their AKs, running down Port Arms, looking for us.
Shit.
Oh, yeah. And somehow, because we didn't make any noise or anything, But they turned and started coming towards us. So we began to move back. We go into our full retreat move, go back. I declare a prairie fire emergency. As we're beginning to move back, Sal goes, "Do ma." And now from the south, we got the same thing coming up. NVA with AK-47s and pith helmets running up. They see the other unit, and they both all come towards us. So now we open fire, 2 on, myself and Bubba hitting them with M79s. We begin falling back. We put down claymores to slow them down. At one point, Bubba had a claymore with a 5-second fuse on it. We put that in the ground and then moved back. Of course, it's in front of the tree, so the backblast wouldn't get us. And we had that claymore, and we're moving back, rotating each other, going back. And we finally get close to the LZ. We put down 2 claymores. As the NV got really close, Bubba blew off one, and I waited, and then the helicopter landed. In between, right before he landed, we had 2 gun runs, at least 2 gun runs with their miniguns, and it just slaughtered them. It just killed them. We don't know how many. No time to count. The helicopter lands. Everybody's loading up. As I see more NVA coming, they're right in front of my claymore. It clicked that MK-57 clacker, blows them up. Run back. We get on a helicopter. We're pulling off. It's me and Fook. And so there's a little bit of jungle, and some of the NVA are running, and we're in an opening area. It had been raining a couple of days before. And a couple of the NVA come out, and they're trying to stop. And you can see the mud from their boots coming up and hitting the propellers.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And so me and the door gunner hit this one guy, Fook hit the other guy, and they blow back, and we're pulling off. As we're leaving, I get a white phosphorus grenade. We've been told no white phosphorus in Cambodia. But this was so close, and I could see those NVA down there. I threw a white phosphorus down at them, and we leave. Helicopters all get shot up. Our helicopter had over a dozen hits, but none of our guys, none of the Air Force guys got hit. And those Air Force guys from the Green Hornets were hot shit. They just saved our ass that day. We go back to the launch site now with the Air Force guys, and they go, "Hey, it's Thanksgiving. Come on in and have a Thanksgiving dinner with us." So we gave a quick verbal report on the radio back to headquarters. Went in, sat down with the Air Force, had Thanksgiving dinner. As we're wrapping up, somebody comes out and says, "Hey, man, they want you back at Honuk Tal ASAP." And I said, okay. So we go back to Honuk Tal, talked to the colonel, talked to S3, gave them all of our reports. Bubba took the team out, gave them overnight passes, took care of that. And after we're done with the debrief, it was around 5 or 5:45 or so, Colonel Drake goes, "Hey, you guys, it's Thanksgiving. Come on down and get a Thanksgiving meal. You have one for breakfast, you can have one for dinner." So we had 3 Thanksgiving meals in one day. Unbelievable. So the next day we just cleaned our weapons. We did some practice on the range. The next day we had an insert. We wanted to do a trail watch, and we wanted to get a POW really bad. Perfect insertion. We get on the ground, and we go over to, I think it was like Highway 31 in Cambodia. And it's one of these deals where the jungle is like still one canopy, but it's thick. And it's so thick that when you go up, like you push your hand through and it's all clear. There's your road. But anybody on the road can't see you. Even if they're like you and I distance, the jungle is so intense.
Wow.
We can't see each other. So these trucks are coming down. I'm taking pictures of the NVA and the trucks and just some civilian cars. And there have been, of course, motorcycles and mopeds and stuff like that going by. So in between, Bubba went out and put in an anti-tank device, buried it, put it out there, brought back the death because we were going to blow up a truck with troops in it, capture a live POW, and get out because the Air Force was so quick to respond. We knew we could pick it up and be out of there in 20 minutes or less. Get it all set up. We pull back in the clear on my radio because I'm carrying the radio. I always carry the radio. RT Idaho, you are to stop the mission, return to base ASAP, per the order of General Creighton Abrams. he replaced Westmoreland. And he was now the overall commander for all armed service troops in Vietnam. Like, WTF? So instead of being a good combo guy, I say, I can't hear you. We did it. We pulled back and we did a extract, no gunfire. They just came in, pulled us up, took us back to base. And we got back to base. It's like, WTF? We had the ambush set up. We could have had a POW. Premier Sihanouk in Cambodia filed a protest over a white phosphorus grenade that we threw down on the NVA. He wasn't upset about the 100,000 NVA who were in Cambodia. That was cool. But us and our white phosphorus grenade, he was upset about. So the Colonel Drake, he was really cool. He says, okay, he said, what happened out there? I said, well, sir, you know, we got it pulled out under fire. I put that thing right down that guy's head. I wanted them to suffer as much as they could. He says, you forgot about the rules of engagement. I said, well, yes, sir, I just bent them a little bit. He said, okay, well, what's the official story? I said, sir, I really regret that hand grenade fell out of the helicopter and I still don't know how it exploded on contact with the ground. It must have been that fall. He says, okay. He said, don't do it again. He covered my ass with Creighton Abrams on that. But that's how upset they were. They pulled us out of the fucking field on that. Just unbelievable. So the next day, we're back. We got inserted. Perfect insertion again. And there we did that multiple touchdown.
Pulled you out of the field for a fucking white phosphorus grenade?
Yeah, and a complaint from the premier of Cambodia, Sihanouk. You talk about political bullfucking shit. Excuse my French, sir. God, we were furious. Because they didn't know we were there. It was the perfect insert. That ambush, we would have gotten the POW and war out of there. We had all the handcuffs ready to go, the plastic tie-me-downs and everything. We were psyched. Bub and I, once again, were planning our R&Rs, you know. Because it was like a dream mission. Perfect insertion. We did the fake land. Got right there south, took us right out to the road, set everything up, put the claymores out for security. And, man, we were ready to roll. And Bubba was just so good with explosives and stuff. So the next day we get inserted again. And this time it was in the afternoon. We had a good insertion. We're set up at night, put up the RON, but it was hinky. It was just hinky being on the ground in Cambodia because everything's so flat. There's no mountains and minimal vegetation. South found a couple of places where we could pick for a good RON, put out double claymores. And during the night, I was just hinky all night. We got up in the morning, moved out, and we were going to go back to try to do another POW snatch. And again, Cubby came back, or somebody from the 20th came out, gave a combo check and said, by the way, go to an LZ, you're being extracted ASAP. And I said, why? He said, we can't say. They pulled us out again. This time we came back, and Colonel Drake was there. He said, hey, you just lost a helicopter up at FOB-1. A King Bee went down with 7 Green Berets, and they lost the whole crew. So I've got to send you back to FOB-1 because you're low on personnel up there now. He says, our guys are training up, and we'll be able to cover our missions here. We went back in November, I'll never forget it, November 30th, 1968, a King Bee. We had a mission that was called Eldest Son. And this is part of the PSYOPs where the ammunition was doctored. So if they fired an AK-47 round that had been doctored, it was Eldest Son, it would explode in their face. And they put they used 82 millimeter mortars, and those were doctored. And so when they popped it in the tube, it would explode and just kill everybody because the shrapnel from the tube as well as the rocket would kill any of the NVA right next to it. And it had a psychological impact on the NVA to discourage them from using their ordnance, have to question it. And so this unit, it was just it was a strap hanger mission. Somebody up at the base said, hey, we want to do an Eldest Son mission. We need 6 or 7 guys. We got a site. So they gave them extra ordnance, and they were going to go to this cache, put in the stuff, and leave. And just leave it out there for the NVA to pick up and use it and blow themselves up. Well, they're en route, they got hit by anti-aircraft fire. The King Bee went down and crashed, and they lost everybody.
Damn.
Horrible. Yeah, November 30th. So we went back north, and within a few days, we had another mission, which was just a routine mission. And then we had some downtime because of weather. And then we came to Christmas Day, 1968. And didn't even realize it was Christmas because we had been so busy planning, working things out. And they had a mission where they wanted us to go in on a mountaintop for a trail watch and also look for enemy fuel lines because the NVA were bringing down fuel lines from North Vietnam that were coming down into Laos. And the fuel lines would come down to refuel the trucks as they came down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. But nobody had found any yet. So our mission was to get us this hilltop, get inserted, do a general area recon, then the next day move out to try to find some of those fuel lines. So in November of 68, President Johnson declared a bombing halt in North Vietnam. And not all, but a lot of the anti-aircraft weaponry that had been up in North Vietnam began coming south. So on Christmas Day, our target was just into Laos, maybe 5 or 10 clicks into Laos. And we had a King Beast, Captain Tuong, the one who pulled me out when I was upside down. He was our pilot that day. And instead of doing the yellow leaf Aspiro, he wanted to just go in low level, go right up and set down. Well, somewhere he made a mistake. We came in, we went up the mountainside, and halfway up the mountain, there was this little knoll. He touched down on the knoll instead of going all the way up. But we got out, and there was a lot of elephant grass. So right there in the elephant grass, he took off, and the elephant grass was thick. Again, it's 10 to 12 feet. To the south and to the west, and even to the northwest, it was so steep we couldn't go anywhere. So Phuc led off to the east. He's our point man. And with Bubba, me, Lynn Black was there with us. And then we had Tuan, Phuc, and Hep. And so we're there, moving out. And within a half hour or less, we made contact, light contact with the NVA. So we came back, and we're back on that little knoll. And Lynn and I are talking, it's like, well, the Northeast is the last place that we can go. And Lynn goes, but there's no activity there. We don't see anything. We've had contact here. And then people started shooting at us from down the hill in the south. And we were throwing hand grenades. All of a sudden, the elephant grass catches fire down the mountain. And the wind from that mountain area was blowing those flames up the hill. And then the NVA were going around. When they saw that, they were going around and setting fires on the base of that knoll that we're on. So at one point, the elephant grass was burning. We're looking down the hill. You have all these smoke waves, and then the heat waves you see. You can look through, and you can see the NVA there lighting stuff further down the mountain. But they weren't shooting at us. They were all lighting up the mountainside. So I declared a prairie fire emergency. Spider was flying Cubby that day. We couldn't go. Oh, and Spider comes out and he goes, do not go to the northeast. We had an intel report. There's an NVA ambush waiting for RT Idaho there. I never had an intel report like that. So we didn't go. Now we're fighting the fire. Lynn and Bubba cut S4, try to blow the flames back down the hill. But the mountain and the wind and everything was blowing that stuff up. Thankfully, Captain Tuong got there, and he came up above us, and he came down the mountain flying sideways. And I looked up and saw Captain Tuong, and I recognized him because from that day mission when I was upside down and other missions, and we, of course, had bought him drinks, he came down, and he landed, and the prop wash blew back all the flames. We jumped on that King Bee. When he lifted off, whoosh, all of the LZ was covered with flames.
Wow.
And of course, we left under fire. So we were firing at the NVA as we pulled out. So that was Christmas. And we barely got out of there that day. And that night I took a shower. And when I'm walking back, to my hooch from the shower, because the shower was over to the left, past the officers' barracks, and our hooches were here. And as I walked back to my room, I hear this little cheap transistor radio playing Silent Night. I go, son of a bitch, it's Christmas. I'm thinking about Trenton and mom and dad and grandmom, what they're doing on Christmas Day. And then I thought, this is fucking crazy. I don't think I'm going to see my birthday. We keep having missions like this. Thanksgiving Day, the Upside Down, October 4th, Echo 4, Echo 8. This is, I don't think I'm going to see my birthday. But we'll just keep pushing on. My birthday was January 19th. But that moment in time, standing there, I just didn't think we'd ever see the light of day into the new year. Because they were bringing in more NVA, and their tactics were getting tougher. There's more of them.
What did the rest of the team think?
Never talked about it. That was just private. We closed FOB 1 in the early January. And of course, New Year's Eve, everybody's worried about they had intel reports were going to get hit. So New Year's Eve, nobody got hit. We played poker. They closed the clubhouse early. And we had a team on the ground. And they got inserted on the New Year's Eve day. And they weren't happy about it, but they got inserted. Spider went up at midnight, made a commo check with him and said, look, guys, be alert. First thing in the morning, that team got hit. All the 3 Americans were killed. The 3 indigs were left alive. And the bright light went in later that day, and they were able to recover the bodies, bring them back. And that really struck home because, again, there are some teams that didn't have like the close relationship that I had with our little people, our South Vietnamese. I talked to Hep and South, said, look, this is some Americans and even some of the indigenous are going like, why did the Americans die and the Vietnamese didn't die? So if you hear anything, you let me know. Well, we didn't have any problem, but there are some people that were really unhappy about it. And it had an impact in the camp. Just the fact that we lost 3 men from FOB 4. And that was just another example of them changing their tactics, and they hit them hard. So within the next couple of weeks, we had to begin to pack up for the move. They were closing FOB 1 at Phubai. What we didn't know at the time was Intel had a report that the NVA were preparing another attack on FOB 1 like they had done at FOB 4 on August the 23rd of 1968. We didn't learn that till years later. We packed up, then we went down. They flew us down to Kingby. Captain Tin flew us down to FOB 4. We moved in down there. And then Bub and I had one more mission. And we had a mission that was, I forget what the mission was, but we got on the ground with, again, spotty weather. It's January. We get inserted. We're on the ground. And we moved. It was a little bit more, it was not as high in the mountains. We were closer to the Vietnam border. So the mountains weren't as severe, but there's still hills and things. We moved for a few hours, and then Bubba had left behind a Claymore mine that was rigged. That Claymore went off. So we knew that the trackers were at least there, and they would be trying to track us. So we moved for a while longer. We're getting near the end of the day now. And we found a little clearing, and I called a tactical emergency. And I got a hold of Covey, and Covey said he would be there shortly. And while we're waiting, Sal was putting out a Claymore mine, and when he was moving back, he opened fire on the NVA coming at us from the north. He opened fire, reloaded, hit him through a hand grenade, and came back. Then they hit us from the other side, which would be the east, and then later they came at us from the side, from the south side. So they were coming at us, but we were just a little bit of a high ground where they're coming off of that, climbing up the mountain, and we were like at a little small plateau, and Covey arrives. We get tack air, lickety split, and we were just really lucky. But we had been in contact. They kept coming at us, first from the north, then from the east, and then from the south. And it just different troops would come. and we had those firefights, and it got pretty intense with the south and the east side. So Cubby goes, hey, try to blow down a couple of trees so we can get a helicopter in. So in our spare time, in between the firefights, Bubba rigged deck charges to chop down the trees. Well, he chopped down 2 or 3 trees, but there was enough vegetation around that the trees couldn't fall. Then once he blew them off the stump, the other trees would catch him. So no helicopter could land. We had to do strings. So now we're back. The helicopter comes back, and he tells us, you're going to be extracted on strings. We'll do it in 2 helicopters. And in my mind, it's beginning to rain. It's near the end of the day. And the helicopter looked so high up when he threw those ropes out, I couldn't believe the ropes even reached us. We were just really lucky. They came down, there were 4 ropes. And I told the team, we're going to all go out of here together. So we put together 3 of the Vietnamese, 2 Vietnamese together, and then Bubba and I had separate strings, and then the 3rd Vietnamese. And so we had 2 and 2. However it was, we figured it out. We all put our Swiss seesaw in the middle of the firefight. And then I talked to Bubba. I said, hey, you know that Claymore mine with the white phosphorus you got taped to it? I said, do me a favor, put that on the tree here so we get extracted. Put a time fuse on it. So when we get extracted, that'll blow and that'll buy us some time to get out of the jungle. He looked at me like, WTF, are you out of your mind? And I said, Bubba, do this. He said, we don't get out of here now. So he did it. He put it up there, put a time fuse on it. We all hooked up. They were lifting out. I was on the rope that was the longest and the lowest. Bubba goes out, and as he's going out, he pulls that fuse, and he lifted us straight up. And we were just really lucky because we weren't in the super high mountains, and it was January, so it's cooler. And I rolled the dice, saying, take all 6 of us now. Because it was just, the dark was closing in, darkness. And as we went up, that thing exploded. You just see the claymore with the white phosphorus hitting those troops. And for the first time, we could see their faces and stuff from above as we got pulled out. And then right near the end, they were able to get us completely cleared. They didn't drag us through the trees. And there was 101st Airborne guys that did that. And we got pulled out, got back to base. And I yelled to Cubby, as soon as we cleared that tree, I said, hey, we got all 6 here. Don't bring the 2nd helicopter. And we had done A1 Sky Raider gun raids. We had 500-pound bombs that we used. And that's one of those deals where you're on the ground, you just get elevated from the concussions. You know how it is with those 500-pounders. And it was just really close, just another day in SOG, you know.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah. And a couple of days later, Bubba came up to me and said, you know, this has been a long run. He says, would you mind if they offered me a job up in headquarters? I said, Bubba, he said, you've been a fucking stud, man. If you want to go to headquarters, please go. Because I just forever be in your debt. You've just been a complete stud with me, all these missions, all we've been through, and we're still alive to talk about it. That's fine, you go. So he went up to headquarters, and then Lynn Black came on the team. And Lynn was, he had been in the 173rd. He had that mission on October 5th that we were briefly mentioned. He was just an amazing guy.
Did you ever want to leave?
No.
Why not?
Because, well, 2 things. I just, like, after all that training, we knew that the Green Berets in Vietnam were special. But SOG was special within the special unit. And it was just really an honor to be there. You know, we had all those special little privileges and quirks. Like if we had to get on a flight to go to Saigon as a courier or something, we had passes and we flipped that pass. If that plane was loaded, somebody had to come off so we could get on it and fly. So we knew that we were the tip of the spear. It was just an honor to be there to operate under those rules of engagement, even though we couldn't tell anybody about it. You know, you write letters home to mom, hey, the weather was nice. Yeah, you like my Vietnamese team members there, just wonderful guys. We have a good time together. I would have letters from grandmom, Stryker, and mom would always write, and dad would write, and of course, brother and sister have a little correspondence, but never anything about what was going on. And years later, when my first book came out, Dad read it. He goes, I can never figure out why that black guy came by and picked up our trash. He said he would come by regularly and pick up the trash. Well, Dad got a job at the post office. And the post office was where the FBI was located. And Dad saw that guy coming out of the FBI office. He goes, oh, he picked up your trash to see if you said anything or if we said anything to you that would have violated your NAD.
Wow.
That's how serious they were about it. That's a real kick in the pants. Those FBI agents were on it. So Lynn was there. We had a couple of missions, nothing really that extraordinary. And then we planned for a special mission where we were going to go up to Mugia Pass. And Mugia Pass was up in Laos above the DMZ River. You had the DMZ River that flowed through. That's what divided North Vietnam from South Vietnam. And then when it entered Laos, it still continued to flow from the west to the east. And that was divided. We had targets that would be like MA10, MA11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And those were the areas that we were working really hard to try to find those pipelines. And we had, and then above that, further north of this pipeline, of the river, was the Mugia Pass, which was where any vehicular traffic from Hanoi coming south had to go through the Mugia Pass. And the Air Force knew it, the NVA knew it, and they had all kinds of anti-aircraft weaponry there. And the plan was for us to go up on a plateau, go in heavily armed with mortars, take in extra guys, extra claymores, and then set up with the Air Force with the weather being clear for the next 48 hours just to back up that pass and then wipe out any supplies coming down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Because the intel report said there weren't many, quote, many enemy there. So we were going in heavy. Lynn was going to take an M60. We had a Captain O'Byrne with us, Mike O'Byrne, for intel purposes. And we were just wired up. And that's the picture of my second book of being inspected was day prior to that mission when we launched for it. Now we launched, and when we're into Laos, above the DMZ River, they called us off. They said that an aircraft had been shot down. 1 or 2 aircraft had been shot down at the Mugia Pass, either that night or the day before. And they said, they shot down Phantom jets. Maybe they might shoot down a slow-moving helicopter. So they canceled it. We came back, and then I went home 2 days later at the end of my first tour of duty. So at the end of April, went back to the Trang, signed out, went back home, saw Mom and Dad for a few days. I had a little sweetheart down in Georgia, visited her for a couple of days, and then reported to Fort Devens, Massachusetts, up in the 10th Group, and was there, and that was just god-awful duty. Just hated every second of it. And a lot of guys like Spider, Pat Watkins, Jeff Junkins, Tony Harrell, Rick Estes, and those guys all went to 10th Special Forces Group, but they were in D Company. And D Company was a full Green Beret company with A teams set up. They were training. They were doing missions. And so it was a real company with Green Berets. I was sent to Signal Company because of my MOS. And it was chicken shit. They had 2 young lieutenants in there. They ran it like basic training almost. And then we had the fellow platoon sergeants that had been in 10th Group, and none of them had been to Vietnam. And they were proud of the fact that they had not been to Vietnam.
They were proud that they had not been to Vietnam.
That they had gotten out of it. And they were kind of, at one point, they're kind of like, how can you be so stupid to not figure out a way to get out of that? I said, what are you wearing on your head, asshole? We had some words. So I was there for 5 months, just god-awful duty. But we had young kids, and we had competitions for signal competitions, So I tell these kids, look, we're going to win this competition just to piss everybody off because they hate me and they hate you guys because we keep winning the contest. So my guys were sharp. You had to go out and set up the net. Whoever could set up the net the quickest and make combo back to base the quickest and all this kind of stuff. Our guys did it. And so we had a couple incidents at local bars. And I decided, Spider Parks told me that there's a gal in the Pentagon, Billy Alexander. There's a wonderful woman. Her sole job was assigning Green Berets to Southeast Asia, which would include that as well as Okinawa. We had the 1st Special Forces Group assigned there. So it was like a Wednesday or Thursday. I drove down overnight, down to the Pentagon. First light, Pentagon opened 7 o'clock in the morning. I was there with a bottle of wine, whatever her favorite wine was. Spider told me. And we had flowers. Asked for Billy. And then back then, it's like the doors were wide open. You walk in, hey, where's Billy Alexander? Oh, yeah, she's down here. So I go down, knock on the door, walk in, ask for Billy. She was over in the corner desk. Hi, Billy. My name's John Meyer. I'm up at the 10th group. I hate it. And I'd really like to go back to CCN. Oh, we could use people like you. You've been there before? Yes. And so we chatted a little bit. I gave her the flowers and the wine, went back to my car, took a nap, came back about 3 o'clock. Billy says, here's your orders. Go back. Because my ETS was up December 1st. She said, if you really want to go back, I got to extend your ETS into April. I said, please do it. Says, I don't want to be at Fort Devens another day. Went up to Fort Devens, cleared the next day, cleared the base, cleared the company. Went home to mom and dad, gave them the news I was going back. And on Monday morning, had a flight back to Fort Lewis and heading back to Vietnam. And I arrived up at Fort Lewis. Jeffrey Junkins was there. Jeffrey lived in La Jolla. We had served together at FOB-1. He had a couple amazing experiences that we could talk about another day. So Jeff and I flew back to Vietnam together. We landed in Cam Ranh Bay, the same culture shock, getting off the plane, just smelling everything about it. But instead of waiting in line and being processed, we had our duffel bags, we had our orders already. And we saw a Jeep that wasn't being used. We requisitioned it, drove up to Nha Trang, and he had a house up there where he had some friends that he had known from he had had 4 tours of duty previously. So we visited this house and some of the mamasans, and they had these huge beds with mounds of marijuana, and they had 3 women on each bed, all rolling joints to sell to the GIs. Amazing. I wasn't into that. But Jeff was up there, and we hung out, had a nice lunch. We finally reported for duty at Nha Trang because we had been there before. Cleared the base, went right up to CCN, reported into the Sergeant Major, John Hobbs, and I asked him if I'd get back on Idaho. He said, yeah, Lynn Black is out there. He could use a 1-1. I said, yeah, let Lynn be the 1-0 because he's been on the team for a while. So it was just one of those great moments. I walked from headquarters down to the hooch. Nobody was there. I could hear shooting out in the range. So Idaho was out on the range. Lynn was running through the drill. And as I'm walking out, the shooting stopped. They were coming back. And that was such a joyous occasion seeing them. Of course, it's like, they did everything, attack my sexual preferences on down to being dumb and stupid and everything. It was really great to see the boys again. So we celebrated, had a great Vietnamese meal that night with them over in the Vietnamese mess hall. And we were back on the team. So Lynn was the 1-0 for a while. We ran a couple of missions, and then I became the 1-0. And then the Sergeant Major goes, look, you got too much experience here. The Lynn, I want you to go somewhere else. Tilt, just take over Idaho again. So I took over RT Idaho. Went back, and it was an interesting time. Lynn and I put together in our spare time. We worked on a manual for running recon. Talked about the SOPs, and Lynn was just a phenomenal artist. He drew up artwork for LZs, helicopters, string extractions, anything we needed art for. Lynn did it all. Put it together, turned it in, never heard another word about it. But I was there until early part of April, and we had a mission. We had a disagreement with our base commanding officer. And then We had a hellacious party when I left at that time. I was down to Trang for 2 weeks. Then my ETS ran out. I did guard duty at night. The sergeant major told me, he said, "No, you got a choice. You can extend. I can give you any assignment because of your experience, or you go home." And the reductions in force were starting at that time, and I knew that was all bad. Just going through those reductions in force are horrible. And I said, "Well, I'll just go home." Went back April 25th, signed out, went through the out processing, and you get the physical. The doctor looks at your ears and he goes, "Hey, your ears are bad. You should have never been in the Army. You should have never been here with ears like that." I said, "Well, it's a little too late, Doc."
Did you ever get shot over there?
No, I had shrapnel. And again, talk about just the luck of the draw. We had shrapnel a couple of times. One time, a piece of shrapnel came up. I had a weak, little, skimpy, blonde mustache. Hit me right here and knocked my head back and stuck in. But it ran out of energy. The worst injury I ever had was from shrapnel when Chow didn't throw the hand grenade. We were doing we were practicing on base, and Chow threw the hand grenade, and it went off, and it's just like, oh. And so the shrapnel went through. I was wearing jungle fatigues with buttons on them, and the shrapnel went through the button, and it went into my groin, and bled like a pig. And our medics were busy with some kind of training, so they packed me up and took me down to the Army hospital down there. And the Army doctor went in with the sutures. And they're digging around. Well, they said, "Wait a minute, no anesthesia or anything, no anesthesia?" He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought they gave it to you." Well, he gave it to me again. He was in there digging around, he couldn't find it. He says, "Look, that piece of shrapnel lets you know when it wants to come out." Passed me up. And the second he left, man, I cleaned up. I stole a pair of fatigues, and I was wearing another pair of jungle boots or something because what I was wearing were all bloodied up. So all my bloody clothes were left. I jumped in them and walked out of the hospital, found the telephone, called base. They came and picked me up. I'd rather be in the hands of Green Beret medics than those doctors that would dig around. Now, talking about that piece of shrapnel, this past Wednesday, I was in for an MRI because my urologist wanted me to go in to get an MRI because my PSA numbers are up a little bit. I've always had high PSA numbers. But she was concerned, so I go in for the MRI, and I told the guy before he put me in the tube, I said, "Be advised, I have shrapnel in my groin." "Okay, let's take a picture." I go in there, we get all wound up, put the stuff going, it goes in, and the thing is gone. And it stopped suddenly. He pulled me out and he said, "That shrapnel is so big that we can't get a clear picture of your prostate or anything else." They had a big black blob
Damn.
on their photo.
Damn.
So that little piece of shrapnel came back. But now 55 years later,
Damn.
yeah.
What was it like coming home for you?
Each time for me, it was good. I mean, I didn't have what a lot of the other vets had. I wore the uniform. People knew the Special Forces guys. So I don't think a lot of SF guys were messed around with. And I was proud of the uniform. And each time when I came home, I had mom and dad were there and family. I had my old church and the guys that I grew up with. We played softball. We had a bowling team, put together a bowling team with the young guys. And the transition for me was relatively, compared to what other guys went through, and I had flunked out of college. That's why I went in the Army. So I knew I wanted to get my degree. Because mom had a degree or a certificate from her days when she was a young girl. And I really wanted to get a degree. And I went back to school. I had been phys ed, but they came up with a political science major. I loved it. So I became a political science major and a minor in English for writing. And at that time, the GI Bill was $200 a month. Whether you went to Harvard University or Trenton State College, as I did, $200 a month was your GI Bill. And So I went back to Trenton State. My dad got me a job driving school buses. And during that time, got involved in the school newspaper there and drove school buses just for the chump change and ran my GI Bill right down to so I used all 36 months of it.
What was it like in school for you? I mean, with a bunch of kids that had never been to war.
Yeah, it was really different. But in some ways, the majority of the kids, there was never much of an issue. We had other veterans on campus, and I wore my fatigue jacket for several years. And my footwear was my jungle boots, my original pair of jungle boots. I wore them for years on campus.
What was it like not being able to talk about what you did?
That's de rigueur. That's what you're supposed to do. So, and anybody who really was trying to ask questions about it, I said, well, no, we were special forces. We did a lot of hard work, dangerous stuff. And I talk about my little people right away. So we worked with the South Vietnamese. So my story about Vietnam's different than a lot of regular Vietnam vets who went there. I mean, they would go there without any culture or indoctrination at all or appreciation of their history.
When your dad read your first book and read it, what was that conversation like?
It was pretty quick.
It was quick?
Yeah, because he read it, and at that point in time, I was living in California. Mom and Dad had moved from Trenton to Colorado, where my brother and sister were living, and Dave had 3 kids there, so they were close to those grandkids, and they loved Denver area, so they were there, and we talked on the phone. But it was about that garbage man, the first and foremost. He said, you guys did some crazy stuff. But never too much beyond that. And he was always like respectful and distant, always very supportive, never ever any doubt or anything from Dad or Mom for that matter. Now, when I went back to Vietnam a second time, Mom cried. That wasn't easy, but I had to do the right thing for me. Explained to her why I had to do it. And of course, I didn't tell her about the MPs coming into base on Monday, the day after I left. And they wanted to talk to me about a couple of bar fights. There had been some property destruction, allegedly.
Allegedly.
But at this point, I'm taking the fifth.
You could talk about SOG, but you can't talk about the bar fights.
Well, it was Spider Parks and the guys, Tony Harrell. I mean, Tony, he was like a bruiser.
Let's hear one.
Well, we were in this bar, and there's some other Army personnel there. There's words between a regular Army guy, a leg, and one of our guys. And so there's words that one guy throws a punch, and Tony's there supporting our guy. And there's a couple fights. So whenever there's a fight, I would always be rear security. So those guys are doing the fighting. I'm making sure nobody hits them from the back. Because I'm not a really good fighter. I never was good with my hands other than playing the piano, And somebody, to this day I don't know who, but somebody had picked up one of those chairs and threw it at the 6-foot mirror. And the beer bottle, not beer, but all the liquor bottles and the mirror shattered. So somebody thought that may have been me, but I don't know. Back then I drank a little bit more than I do now. In fact, I don't drink now. So anyways, that may have been the incident. And while I was there, I got a job pumping gas on the weekends, and just to make extra money. I had a really nice 442 W30. It was a 1969. That car was slick, and so we had that for a few months, and then the insurance got too costly, and I blew up the engine on the New Jersey Turnpike at 130 miles an hour. Going home, but the warranty covered it. The car dealer was really kind, and then we got it rebuilt. And
what about the aftermath, John? I mean, all the killing, all the adrenaline, everything you did.
Well, that adrenaline thing was always something that you clearly missed. I mean, you and everybody you've ever talked to have been through that. In my case, I tried to stay physical. I went back to school. I played soccer the JV soccer team. I wasn't that good, but I knew the coach. And the coach let me come out and play because I was a veteran. And I'd get a little game time at the end of the game when either we had lost or won a game. But it was part of the just being physical with it all, you know? And my new mission was I had to get back and I wanted to get that degree. So I really focused on that. Had a few interesting girlfriends along the way, and then got involved in the school newspaper. It was the Signal. And there was an ad in the paper for a sports writer. So I did some sports and then did some features like book reviews, movie reviews, and of course, record reviews, Led Zeppelin, you know, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, all this great music that was coming out then. I mean, good times, bad times, King Crimson. So did all that, but I started doing opinion columns. I was the only voice on the paper that was, when we invaded Cambodia, I talked about it, say, this is cool, it's a good deal. We should have done it a long time ago. People flipped out. And in fact, one time, after one of my columns, I get a phone call from this kid. He's crying. He says, you got to stop writing that shit. I said, why? He says, well, my name is John Meyer, and my mother thinks it's me writing that shit that you're writing. So from that point, I made my byline, the initial J, Stryker Meyer, and that was my byline for the next 30 years. And but I did that, and then we got involved in news, and then the spare time I was doing photography. I just love shooting. And they had a little cheap Yashica camera that was a signal camera, so that was mine. And I used it, and we finally got a photo lens. So I did photography and spent a lot of time in the dark room, wrote stories, and then became editor. And our editorships ran from January to December so that when the new school year started, the editorial board would be strong and we could recruit new people into the newspaper from there. So I was editor for 2 years, day and night, worked every day on that paper for 2 years. And then at the end of it, got hired by the Trenton Times in Trenton, New Jersey. And I hadn't had a vacation in over like 2.5, 3 years. So I drove out to Colorado to see my sister for a couple of days, spent a couple of days with her. And then on the way home, saw Tony Harrell and a couple of friends I served with. And then went to work at the Trenton Times, reported in there middle of January of 1975. Worked there for 10 years as a reporter. And then I was owned by the Washington Post. So this is in the glory days, 1975. We had Katharine Graham came to our Trenton Times newsroom at least 3 different times, twice to the auditorium with Woodward and Bernstein, who were like journalistic guides. They were all there talking about Watergate and about our newspaper because it was a proud property of the Washington Post. And I started out as a reporter just covering local governments. I was a good reporter, but my writing was weak. And after my first 7 months, the editor, who was a World War II vet, who hired me, said, the other editors here want you to work on your writing. I'm going to fire you as a full-time staff writer, but I want to hire you back as a stringer. He said, so we'll pay you for any article, and you're shooting pictures, any pictures you shoot. So I did both. I made more money as a stringer than I did as a staff writer. And I still covered my old beats. And then after, 8 or 9 months, he hired me back. I came back as a full-time reporter and did a little bit more in the municipal beats. And I covered the courts. And I covered the courts for 7 years, did investigative reporting along the way in my spare time. Because the courts, you always had recess in the summer. They're taking vacations whenever they had an excuse. And so between covering the courts, we had an opportunity, twice we made new law in New Jersey for First Amendment rights for reporters in New Jersey on court cases that I covered. And we took the cases all the way to the Supreme Court.
Wow.
And worked with the New York Times attorney, Floyd Abrams, on it. And 1981, the Washington Post sold the Trenton Times to a company that was just They came in. The management was there on Friday. They said, "We're here. There's not going to be any cuts or anything." And that was Friday. On Monday, when everybody came to work, there were 60 less people there. We had a staff of 120 on Friday. On Monday, there were 60. And they laid that many people off. I was one of the ones that remained on because of the courthouse beat, my investigative reporting and stuff. And then in 82, one of my editors had moved to San Diego, and he offered me a job. So I came out and interviewed for it. But for some reason, it just didn't work out. And my first wife was pregnant. And so we had our first child in Trenton. And I worked at the Trenton Times for 2 more years. And then on February 1985, we moved to San Diego. Lived in North San Diego County. Worked at the San Diego Union there for 8 years. Did a year as a freelance writer, a general assignment reporter. Working, it could be nights covering the Clintons when they're coming to town for NAFTA, or dead bodies floating in the Tijuana River, things like that. And of course, in 1985, Kiki Camarena, the DEA agent, was killed after he was tortured by the Mexicans. And the FBI had tapes of the torture. And we learned about who was there. There was state attorneys, cops, federales, state police, all these top people were there. They were trying to get Kiki Camarena to tell them who his sources were, because DEA was hurting Mexican drug trafficking, and they knew that Kiki Camarena was the point man on that mission.
Wow.
Just horrible. So we did a bunch of stories, and at least 2 of the stories, particularly, we did a story, myself and another investigative reporter, John Stanifer. We were there, and we filed a report. We had to meet with our lawyers in the morning, talk to the editors, tell them what we're doing. And then the Mexican government filed formal complaints against our newspaper, and us particularly. And they went right to Ed Meese, who was the Attorney General then. They did nothing about it because the stories were accurate.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Did you deal with any type of depression or anything after Vietnam?
No, I mean, some nights you just go, that adrenaline kick, and the guys, and being a Green Beret in a secret war at the top of our game. I miss being a part of that. But also, thanks to the NVA, I also knew that the life expectancy wasn't that good. We had high casualty rate, one of the highest casualty rates in the Vietnam War. We've recently had more accurate numbers on that. But just from sheer experience, or just from my introduction to Spike Team Idaho, the team gets wiped out. There's an opening now. And that happened several times. By the time that happened, we had 2 other teams wiped out in SOG. We had Villa Rosa and his team. Everybody was killed except for the American. And that American was sent back to bring back the message of what they would do to our SOG guys in Laos.
Did you ever go back to Vietnam?
Never.
Why do you think so many Vietnam vets moved back to the area? Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam.
The people, once you deal with the people who live there, not the politicians, not the fucking communists, and certainly not any of the law enforcement that's there, because that's corrupt also, basically. But it's the people. Any American that goes back to Vietnam today is always greeted warmly, 99.99% of the time, because the people realize the difference between being under communism and being free. And they appreciate what we had done, the sacrifice. They know the sacrifice.
What did you think about the pullout?
Oh, it sucked.
I mean, it seemed very similar to what we just experienced in Afghanistan.
Yep. And again, politicians are involved. The 2 key reasons for the pullouts, in our case, we had the Easter Offensive in 1972. And the NVA had planned that so that they would hit all of our major cities, as they did in 68, and they would crush and just take over Vietnam by force. Well, they didn't. And there's also a secret SOG story here that's never been told before. That's one of the reasons why they didn't. And if we want, we could talk a little bit about that. But in 1972, they were held, and they didn't break. And from that point on, we removed more people, and we had no combat troops left by 73. And even SOG was shut down in 72. The 8-year secret war came to an official end. And the promise was the Vietnamese would fight it and that we would continue aid to support them with TAC Air and support their Air Force, because their Air Force and helicopter pilots were phenomenal. And they had some very good units. But Congress withheld the funding, and Ford begged them to keep the money going, and they cut off all funding. And without the TAC Air and that support, everybody will say maybe they would have fallen eventually. Well, maybe they would have, but the way we did it sucked. And in my case, I'm in the newsroom, and we had seen this happen, where it's breaking down. And then April 30th, it came across the AP, clacking across. They tore it off, and they announced it in the newsroom. I went back to the men's room and just sat there for an hour or so, just crying. Tore up, thinking about Sal, Hep, and the boys, and the guys, they're all there. And from it all, Hep was the only one that got out. On that day, Hep's father had arranged for him to get a pass at Tonson Air Base. There was a C-130 pulling out. When Hep got there with his wife and I think it was his son. And the C-130 had the tailgate halfway up. Hep gets behind it. He throws his child in there. Somebody catches the child. He helped his wife get up. Then he fell down. He jumps up, because now the C-130 is moving down the runway. He runs alongside that helicopter. The C-130. An arm reached out and grabbed him and pulled him into it. He came back to the States. Took a while to get through it all with a sponsor and everything. He ended up in Houston. And the History Channel did a piece in 2000 called The Suicide Missions. And that was one of the first productions that aired about SOG. And they did a good job with it. And in it, I had that picture that I have on the front page of Across the Fence of Hep. And the guy from the History Channel calls up and says, "Hey, there's a guy here who says his uncle's in that picture you showed." Well, I almost shit a brick. This is 2000. 25 years after leaving Vietnam. So he gives me the phone number. I call him up. It was Hep's nephew living in Carlsbad, 9 miles away. So I called this young man up. I said, "Hey, this is me. I know your uncle." Connected with Hep. We had phone calls, and then his nephew told me Hep's going to be out to Orange County for a wedding in a couple of months. I said, "Well, tell me." So he gave me the flight number and everything. So the night that Hep flew into Orange County, I was at the airport. He came in on a late flight, 9:30 or something. And I'm there, and Hep gets off the airplane. He goes, "My, you still buku dinky down. You too tall. And your feet too big." No hello, I missed you. No, it's like right away. He's just the typical smart ass,
Busted your balls.
Oh, yeah, wonderful guy. He was a great interpreter. Like I said, he spoke 4 or 5 languages. He corrected my English. That's how good he was. And of course, he always wore sunglasses. But him and Sal, we rebuilt the team around them. And live today, thanks to the team and their courage, the King Bee pilots, aviators that supported us, fast movers, A1 Sky Raiders. Even Spectre. Heck, there was one mission. We went through 4 Spectres on one night. Killed thousands. But we didn't have time to count the bodies. Oh, yeah. So I was very fortunate. And again, it's like I felt that there was divine intervention there. Many times they helped me get back here.
Yeah, I would say definitely so.
Oh, absolutely. For sure.
Well, John, I just want to say it was an honor to interview you and have you sitting across from me, and so glad we did this, and welcome home.
Glad to be home, and glad to be here, sitting in the same chair that Sarah sat in, and all those other great interviews you've had along the way there. My God, legend. We just go down the list, man. These shows are phenomenal.
Thank you.
So my wife and I are big fans. Will continue to be so, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, brother. Cheers.
Till next time.
No matter where you're watching Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.